Money Saving Monday. The last day to file your taxes is right around the corner. We'll tell you all the smart ways to save big this tax season. Plus, never getting back together? It's the news that's rocking Swifties everywhere. After 6 years of dating, Taylor Swift and actor Joe Alwyn have reportedly broken up, and we're breaking it all down in Pop Start. And live from the White House, it's Al Roker. He's there for the return of a treasured holiday tradition, the Easter egg roll. All the festivities and a few surprises you won't want to miss today, Monday, April 10th, 2023.
Don't get stressed, it's gonna get figured out.
Celebrating our 5th anniversary
from Toronto.
Hot Springs Break from High Richland, Pennsylvania.
Sending love to my girls in Saratoga Springs, New York. We love you, Molly and Ellie.
From Philadelphia.
Excited to be on the Today Show.
Scarlett's turning 10.
From Gilbert, Arizona.
On a mother-daughter trip from Dallas, Texas.
Couple nights, no gasoline.
What's up, Janesville, Wisconsin?
Celebrating Mom's milestone. Today I turned 50.
From Houston.
Today's Penelope's special day.
Her 4th birthday.
We're here on the balcony of the Blue Room overlooking the White House South Lawn, and we are honored to have the President, Joe Biden, and Dr. Jill Biden.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter. First of all, how was your Easter?
It was great. We went up to Camp David, and we had the whole family, getting bigger and bigger, grandkids, kids. We had Easter egg roll. And no, we did not roll. Easter egg hunt. I get up at 7 o'clock in the morning, go out and hide. Total, I guess we had 38 eggs.
Yes.
And some of them have little plastic ones that put little prizes in the eggs. And everybody gets engaged.
Yeah, they love it.
Hey, Dr. Biden, the theme this year, Eggucation.
Education. Don't you love the name?
that.
And you love education now. So you know I'm a teacher. So that's what we themed this year's Easter egg roll. And we have science. I know you love science. And we took one of our eggs and we sent it up to the International Space Station in February so that we could teach kids about.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Just kind of rolling around.
Yeah,
No, it is.
rolling around so we could teach kids about gravity. So learning can be fun anywhere you are. So we have all kinds of educational activities here at the White
And
House.
30,000 kids coming through.
Yes.
This is real.
30,000
That's a lot of
invitations.
kids.
It's a lot of
That's
kids.
A lot of kids.
A lot of kids.
You know, we had just finished, we had Passover, Easter, Ramadan. What's the message that you and Dr. Biden have for our nation?
Reach out to somebody. Do something nice. Just a simple act of kindness. I mean, it's not complicated. And it's amazing what happens. Open the door for someone. You know, pick up something if they drop it. Move and just say hello. I mean, I really mean it. I just think we've gotten much too tense as a nation. I just think we have to be a little more open.
A lot more kindness.
Yes, absolutely. So this is a fantastic event, one of my favorites of the year. I was just wondering, Mr. President, will you be taking part in the Easter egg rolls after 2024?
Well, I plan on at least 3 or 4 more Easter egg rolls.
At least 3 or 4 more.
Maybe 5.
Maybe 5.
maybe 6.
So
what the hell?
Are you saying that you would be taking part in our upcoming election in 2024?
Well, I'll either be rolling an egg or being the guy who's pushing them out.
Come on, help a brother out. Make some news for me.
I plan on running Al, but we're not prepared to announce it yet.
All right. Well, so nice. Thank you for having us up here.
Good to be here.
Thank you, Dr.
Have
Biden.
fun.
And I
Have
noticed
fun
all your
today.
cameramen want to put down their cameras and go get some of those Easter eggs.
That's right. Afterwards, we'll make an egg salad. It's going to be great. That's all right. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Chief White House Correspondent Al
Come on,
Roker,
Al.
getting the
Come on,
scoop
Al.
from the President and Dr. Biden. Thank you for being with us.
Guys.
Breaking news. All right.
That was great.
Really?
Did you say help a brother out? I think you did.
Of course he did.
All right, let's get to Pop
You
Star.
ready for some pop star? Okay, I'm in for Carson this morning. First up, Taylor Swift. She and actor Joe Alwyn already apparently have broken up after 6 years of dating. This comes as the superstar is traveling the country for her sold out, of course, Eras tour. Jacob Soboroff joins us now. Some fans think she hinted about the split during one of her shows. Good morning.
Oh, Chanel, I am on this for you and all the Swifties in my life. That is right. Swift and Alwyn had kept their relationship under wraps for years. So to hear they called it quits after what seemed like a fairy tale ending is getting her fans all riled up. Check this out.
This isn't real. You know what's happening? It's all for the plot. It's all for the plot.
Reaction was swift from fans at reports of the Lovers megastar and English actor Joe Alwyn's split.
You're my
The two first became public about their relationship in 2017, and since then have kept details about their relationship private, only giving glimpses of their love story in her music.
I've been under scrutiny, yeah, oh yeah. You handle it beautifully, yeah, oh yeah.
Her song Lavender Haze is about her and Alwyn dodging and ignoring rumors for 6 years in order to protect their relationship.
I just wanna say lavender, hey.
Then in 2020, Alwyn went from muse to co-writer under the pseudonym William Bowery. The pair collaborated on a number of songs during the pandemic, including tracks in Folklore, which took home Album of the Year at the Grammys in 2021. Swift giving her boyfriend a shout-out on stage.
Joe, who is the first person that I play every single song that I write, and I had the best time writing songs with you in quarantine.
Also talking about the process in an interview with Apple Music's Zane Lowe.
We write the saddest songs. We just really love sad songs. What can I say?
Now her fans continued to read between the lines, wondering if the singer hinted at the breakup weeks ago during her show on March 31st in Texas.
So we played a new song. Did you like it? Did you have fun?
When she notably swapped out her opening track from Invisible String to a sadder song about heartbreak, The One.
We were something, don't you think so?
All right, here's the deal. We reached out to both Swift and Alwyn's teams, but we haven't heard back yet. She's scheduled to perform later this week in Tampa. If you really want to get down there and see if she's got anything to say, Chanel.
I don't think there will be any tickets available, but I can try. All right, thank you, Jacob. Speaking of Taylor Swift, the Grammy winner landed on the New York Times recent roundup of pop culture moments defining the COVID era. This is interesting. So over the weekend, the newspaper published a list of 17 things that captured our country's attention throughout the pandemic. So for Swift, it was that July 2020 album Folklore. This cozy compilation was the first of 3 original albums she's released since 2020, with hits like Betty and Cardigan and Folklore debuted at #1 on the Billboard charts. Now, meanwhile, when it comes to what we were binge watching, TV shows really ran the gamut. So who could forget Netflix's big hit Tiger King? You're laughing. Did you watch it?
I watched it.
It took me back.
Yeah. But the Times list shows reality dating show Love is Blind.
Yeah.
And all of
Guilty
those
as charged.
inspiring baking programs. You were just right with
Guilty as
America.
charged, yeah. All of
She too
it.
is America for their top 17. And lastly, the internet. In terms of endless scrolling, Gen Z might have been addicted to TikTok, but folks of a different generation, I think it was mine, became obsessed with perusing houses on Zillow, something SNL spoofed in 2021. All right, next up, Martha Stewart, the hostess with the mostest, had a pair of surprising guests stop by. This was ahead of the holiday weekend. Take a look at this pic. This is Pete Davidson and his girlfriend, Chase Suey Wonders. Martha writing in the caption, "They were out looking at our beautiful town of Bedford. I showed them around the farm and inside the winter house where the Easter bunnies were getting ready for Sunday," adding, quote, "They're a very cute couple." She has such an interesting group of friends and acquaintances. So Martha's always got the tea with the Davidsons' dating life. So you might remember last year, she posted this snap. This was with Kim and Pete. Maybe he likes to go and get Martha's approval. And then she actually called into Popstar to give us all the deets. Oh, I forgot about that. So you can always count on Martha for the inside scoop, apparently.
Okay. So they're buddies, and like he texted.
I think
Hey,
so.
Martha, I'm in town.
Can I swing by?
Yeah, come by, say
And there
hey.
you go. Why not?
We are back, 8:36, our ongoing series, Money Saving Monday. A friendly reminder, tax day is just over a week away, April 18th this year. If you are among the nearly 25% of Americans who have yet to file, guess what? Stephanie Rule is here with some smart last-minute tips and tricks. Some of them could actually boost your refund. Stephanie, good morning.
Let's do it.
When you talk about taxes, we feel better.
It gets exciting. Right?
It
Everybody
does.
loves talking about taxes. You got
Taxes.
8 days to go.
I know, it's so sexy. Okay, let's talk about the process, like where in the tax filing process we can save the most money.
Okay, you know this, but you have to actually do it, right? Deductions, credits and deductions are the best way you're going to do it. What are the most popular ones? A portion of your mortgage, right? The interest you pay, you can get a deduction there. How about going green? Home improvements you do that make your house more energy efficient. If you decide to buy an electric vehicle, you could get a bonus. Everybody likes a little credit, and then we hear about it, but you have to actually remember to put it when you file that expanded child tax credit. If you're a parent out there, I want you to get that credit.
Okay, and credit comes right off the top of your bill.
Correct.
Better than a deduction either. Okay, now there's some, like, those are the ones everyone knows. What about these ones that are off the beaten path, these credits and deductions?
Okay, actually, I think this screen is still going to be here.
Yes.
I think it just showed up.
Well,
and
I followed
lost it.
you.
Sorry, I left you too soon.
Tax, sweetie. Okay.
Other credits and deductions, these ones are really important because we don't know. How about when you go to the doctor? I want you to save that receipt because depending on what your income is, if you have a qualified medical expense and it's 7.5% of your adjusted gross income, you could deduct that. You're going, what in the world are you talking about? So let's say you make $40,000 and you have a $10,000 medical expense.
Yeah.
You could potentially deduct $7,000. I love that.
Okay.
Now let's talk about business
So you have
travel.
to, it's for big medical expenses.
Big medical expenses, and you have to qualify depending on how much you make. How about if you go on vacation and you combine it with a business trip, right? You go on a business trip for 3 days, you tack on a few days
Sounds
at the
fishy.
end.
That sounds like Audit City.
Not necessarily.
No?
Well, I would say talk to a tax professional about how you're going to pull
I'm
out.
on a business
pull out
vacation.
The business expense, maybe the travel associated with that. And the last one, really important. Let's say you're in the service, right? You're in reserve. You're in the National Guard, and they ask you to travel more than 100 miles.
Yeah.
And you didn't get to expense that part of it. It was unreimbursed. You get to expense that travel, possibly your meals. I want to make sure you get that. And this is an important last one. Everyone goes, oh my gosh, I've been doing work from home. Can I write it off?
Yeah.
That is if you work for yourself or or you have a side hustle business and you have a dedicated area in your house.
Yeah.
Not like your kitchen table. Yes, you can write that off.
You can, but there's a lot of fine print there.
A lot of fine print.
Yeah,
right?
don't mess
get
with
cute.
Don't get cute.
Yeah.
Okay, side hustle deductions. Though.
Okay, so again, if you, during the pandemic, you were just talking about all the things people were doing, starting businesses.
Yeah.
If you've got a side hustle, there are deductions for you. If you're using your car, you might be able to deduct miles. Anything associated with your business, shipping, websites you're using, your home internet, supplies, the insurance, if you're self-insured, your medical, your dental. But just make sure that's if you work on your own. If you suddenly work for a big giant company going, oh, I need to ship something, I'm going to write it off, that's a no.
Okay, and no, is that it?
She's
Wasn't there an earned income tax credit you wanted to tell me about?
I thought I was here. Gosh,
Okay.
yes. EITC, this is really important. This is for folks that are making less than $59,000 a year. You might be able to get a tax credit depending on how big your family is. I want you to go to irs.gov, go to their calculator to figure out exactly how much you're eligible. Could be up to $7,000.
Okay,
it's
cool.
really important.
Okay, now you can talk to her.
You got me? All right, let's talk long game. A lot of people save money for education or they save money for retirement. There's tax money there?
There are tax advantages, right?
Okay.
Your 529 college savings, right? If you put that money aside now and you take it out later, specifically for education, you're not going to pay taxes on it.
Okay.
Remember your health savings account. And of course, I always talk to you guys about this, your IRAs, your retirement accounts. Young people especially think, I don't want to care about retirement. Do it. We always talk about how much we have to pay to the government.
Yeah.
These are tax advantage strategies. I want you to take them.
Okay, come down here. This is the last panel. Some people can file for free. I like how you mosey.
You know, I'm trying to make it exciting for you.
She's easing down the road.
She's excited.
I wish I was giving you an egg salad recipe after Easter. I'm not. I'm talking
this is even
taxes.
better. Okay, let's talk about how you can get some free help.
Okay, everybody can file for free. It doesn't cost anything to file. However, if you make less than $73,000 a year, I want you to go to the IRS website. Go to irs.gov/free file.
Free
And
file.
there's actually guided help. They're going to help you do it. It's really hard. So for anyone who's going, I don't want to deal with my taxes. I just put my receipts in a shoebox. Don't do it. Go to the website today because I don't want it to be April 20th. You didn't file, and the next thing you know, you're going to be getting
Or
fees and
paying
fines.
for a fee you don't need to pay for.
You don't need it. It's right there for you if you make less than $73,000.
Ease on down, the tax.
And now an
code.
egg salad recipe.
I know.
You're cuckoo. All right, coming up next, guys, we're going to sit down with this man, John Leguizamo, to talk about his new series, one that is very close to his heart.
He's
Coming up
looking at us
after
like,
this.
what is this show? Sorry. I know. It's weird. But first, This Is Today on NBC.
Oh, welcome back. John Leguizamo's career has been as wide-ranging as someone can have in Hollywood, from starring roles in movies like Moulin Rouge, John Wick, and Encanto, to his critically acclaimed one-man shows.
Yeah, and for his new series, Leguizamo Does America, produced by NBC News Studios and airing on MSNBC, he serves as a travel host and interviewer for a look at the nation's thriving Latino communities, including the cafe, cafecito, and food that fuels them. Take a look.
Latin people love community, and we come up with all these little rituals, get connected, to talk, to share those moments.
To meet people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We really live for that moment, for that connection.
All right, so here's something you'll easily get addicted
Oh my
to.
God.
Cuban pastries.
You know that this is one of my favorite
Uh-huh.
desserts in the whole
Really?
entire planet.
Really?
Smells good.
I
do love that stuff.
Before we kick this off, this
Take it
interview
back.
off,
Yeah.
I mean, we've got this cafecito.
Wow. I know. I'm going to give you the taste test.
You wanna give it a
I'll
taste?
let you know.
Now, here you go. Here's one for you.
I'm going to be jumping off the wall in a second.
What?
So they
Are you trying to poison me?
They did it right. They just put in a little too much sugar, which is hard for Cuban coffee. Yeah.
Oh my God, that is
John, is it super
Guys,
sweet?
It's sweet.
John,
Thank you.
okay, so wait. So this is a project that you went for immediately. What is the goal here? Are you trying to, I don't know, change people's perceptions who may think a certain way, or are you trying to get people? What are you trying to do exactly?
Well, I definitely, this is the first of its kind, which is ridiculous because we
Crazy.
Latin people are the oldest and largest ethnic group in America, and there's never been a show about our culture. Yeah. So this is a first, which is ridiculous. But here I am. I'm going around the country looking for Latin excellence. You know?
Yeah.
Trying to, you're making him force him to take a sip.
I was going to move it over here for him.
And I just want to, I'm trying to find all my artists, all my politicians, Latin excellence all over America.
Yeah.
And I went to 6 cities. I went to New York, D.C., Chicago, L.A., Puerto Rico, and Miami, and it was a blast.
And Hoda, what you end up doing is you learn a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I learned a lot even about my own community. You laugh, you cry, and you really get to enjoy what's great about Latinos in America and how they contribute. John, I want you to tell a story, though. Talk to us about the moment you went to that theater in Washington and you talked to those kids. Because for me, that was a moment that sort of, we saw their soul and we saw your soul.
No, that hit me in the heart really hard. These immigrant children, they're picked on in school because they have an accent and they feel, they're kind of shell shocked. That little immigrant PTSD that happens. So this theater group, this incredible woman's had this theater group for 30 years, and she brings these children and gives them theater and playwriting and stagecraft, and they blossom. And just being there to see this happen, it was just very touching.
And it touched you because you remember that story. You talked about this.
Yeah, I mean, I was an immigrant kid, and I went. It was also, we moved into Jackson Heights when white flight happened. So, a lot of white people were leaving, but before I left, they gave me a beating, and so it was rough. And then you had it was good for me in a way because it made me deal with Hollywood in a way, because I don't. Getting a beating is easier than dealing with Hollywood in a way, so.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, the rejection of our culture in this country. I mean, I'm in New York City, which is we're 30% of the population, equal to whites, but it's like a cultural apartheid. I mean, I never see my people represented in the New York Times enough. How many journalists on the New York Times, New York Post, Daily News, New Yorker, New York Magazine? I don't see our names or our stories being told in the way they should be told. L.A., it's Hollywood, 50% Latino. And how many executives are Latino? That's cultural apartheid. That's what's happening.
And it's the show's serious, Hoda, but it's also very funny. And speaking
You're dancing.
of
he's dancing in every part of it. I saw that.
You can't stop me from dancing. I'm an old guy, but
there's a segment where you guys go to LA and he's having spicy food with George Lopez at that taco truck. And talk about this because you wanted to show your Latino cred that you could take the hot pepper. But it got
I'm
to
an
a
East
point.
Coast Latino, not a West Coast Latino. So I was crying. My mouth was on fire. And I'm trying not to show that it's really hurting the hell out of me. I was trying to keep up with George, but George mocking me. He's going to take my Latino card away.
Well, you did a great job doing what you do, and also interviewing, being on the other side of that coin, which I thought you were great at. But
thank you.
It's really cool. It makes you happy to watch. You learn about the food. What are these, real quick?
These are pastelitos. They have guava in it, which is here, bro.
The guayaba, Usually we cut these in half, but these are
these are nice and big and freshly baked. They're one of my favorite.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Come on,
good.
that's a 10.
No, you killed it with this.
John Leguizamo.
Oh, man.
Does America from NBC Studios.
Right there.
Premieres Sunday night, 10
That's
Eastern.
a big chunk of guava.
I know,
on
that's
MS.
never done. They've never done it like this. The Today Show take on
You can stream it on Peacock.
It didn't really
Great job.
melt.
All right, Van, over to you.
What was in that coffee? That's what I want to know. A lot of sugar. Guys, coming up next, which products does a beauty expert use till the very last drop? Allure's editor-in-chief is here with award-winning mascara, skincare products, and more favorites. But first, this is Today on NBC. We are back this morning with Today's Style. Do you ever look at your beauty shelves, your websites, all those products out there, and you kind of get overwhelmed? A lot of people do. So we went right to the experts this morning. Allure's editor-in-chief, Jessica Krull, is here, and she's got a short list this morning. It's short and sweet. These are the products that their editors finished to the very last drop. Hi, Jessica. Good morning.
Hi, Samantha. Good to see you.
So what editors were like, because sometimes it's like you start something and then you're like, I don't know if this is really working. Who cares?
Our job is to test products.
Yes.
And we love a lot of them. We don't love a lot of them.
Okay.
And these are the ones that we called made it to the empty status.
Okay.
That means we finished them to the last drop.
Yeah.
And we're asking for more.
And buying it again.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So let's talk about these blushes. These are very vibrant. Tell me about this brand.
This is Half Magic, and it's actually a makeup brand by Donnie Davy, who does the makeup on Euphoria.
Oh, cool.
And that started a makeup rage on Instagram and TikTok. These blushes are highly pigmented, but they're cream to powder.
Oh.
So it's really creamy. And then when you put it on, it just blends out. And it's powerful color. You can just layer this on more and more until you get the level of blush that you like.
Would you put it on with a sponge or with a brush?
You could do a sponge, but I like to use my fingers because that warmth from your hand warms it up and gets a good spread on it.
Yeah.
So this is the way that I like to use this.
Okay.
And it lasts, which is a lot to say for blush. Blush tends to disappear.
Yes,
this
it
one
does.
will not.
Okay. Now let's talk about Jones Road. I like this brand. I've never seen these eyeshadows before.
So these are the Just a Sec eyeshadows from Jones Road. And Jones Road is Bobbi Brown's second makeup line. So Bobbi, we loved her from the 90s.
Yeah,
and she's
I love
back
Bobbi.
again doing this makeup. Another product you can use with your fingers.
Oh, okay.
This is a favorite of mine, actually.
Oh.
And so I just use a little bit and wash it over my lids. The thing about eyeshadow is I'm not good at it. I wear glasses for a reason. And so using this is just so easy. It's really foolproof. You cannot mess it up.
Okay, so good for travel too. If you can just use your fingers, you're gonna bring all these brushes
have one or
and
two
stuff.
colors, mix it up. That's what I love. Yes.
I like those sparkles. Okay.
And now moving on.
My hand is ready for a night.
I know. We're both a little.
Yes.
This is how beauty editors live their lives. Okay. And so now we're talking about Ami Collet Lash Amplifying Mascara. This is a Black-owned brand. It won a Best of Beauty award. And kind of what happens when you win a Best of Beauty award, it never leaves our kits.
Yes.
And this one is one that's on my own
The
sink.
wand looks interesting.
Right. When it comes to mascara, wands are everything.
Yeah.
And this is like the Goldilocks of mascara wands. Not too big, not too small.
Yeah.
Too big and you got mascara all over your lid.
Yeah, or floppy. I don't like it floppy.
Exactly. And so this one has two sides to it. And so you can really get every lash, even the inner corner lashes, which is really great. So I love this mascara, and it won a Best of Beauty award.
Just out of curiosity, when you do mascara, do you do up only or do you do the top of your lids too?
I do down first, so I put my eyes down and then I put it on the top of the lashes.
Oh.
Then I go up and do on the bottom of
I've
the lashes.
always kind of wondered
And you
that.
wiggle. The wiggle is the key. Wiggle. Okay. So this is Burt's Bees Lip Relief, and it's a favorite of our editor, Sarah Kinnunen. And you're probably thinking lip balm. Okay, I can't believe you came on today's show to show us lip balm. But it's essential for relieving lips after matte lipstick. I'm a big matte lipstick fan. Your lips can get really crusty.
dry. And also wintertime too. Your lips get
and somehow
peely.
it's still kind of winter in New York.
Yes.
So this is actually a favorite of ours for overnight and also for after lipstick.
Okay, great.
A great one. Only $5, which is nice.
Oh, I like that.
So Bioma, this is a favorite of mine. This is a jelly cleanser. So, millennials love an experience. I'm a millennial. I love an experience. This cleanser is an experience.
Is this a face cleanser?
It's a face cleanser.
Okay.
So
What's the experience?
It starts out as a gel. So it's like a jelly texture, and then you put a little water on it, and it foams up so nicely. You'll think you're in a spa.
Does it smell good?
It smells good.
Okay.
Yeah, and so you get to get that full experience of this Bioma jelly cleanser, and it's great. It has shea butter in it. It's really moisturizing, not drying like some gel cleansers can be, right? Because gel cleanser, you're used to like stripping the skin.
Yeah.
This does not do that.
Okay, cool. I like the yellow bottle too.
Keeping with exfoliants, cleansers for face, this Naturium BHA cleanser has it has salicylic acid in it. So this is great for those who have acne, and really, our Talia on our team loves this cleanser because it can be used 3 times a week and it doesn't dry her out. And she has sensitive skin.
So it's a cleanser. It's not like a toner. You're washing your face with it.
It is a little bit of a toner.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can use it right after you wash your face.
Okay. Wash with this, then tone with that.
Exactly.
All right.
And 3 times a week is the perfect time.
I only got 20 seconds for this. Lay it on me.
All right. This is our new Inky List. It's got our new seal from Allure.
Okay.
So you know it's for our Best of Beauty seal. This is our one to watch seal.
Okay.
And this sunscreen, you might want to take a little bit of that.
Okay. I'm putting it right on there.
It's got polyglutamic acid, which is great, better than hyaluronic.
We're back right after this. Do you know?
This morning on the third hour of Today, Fit for a King. Buckingham Palace releasing new details about the coronation of King Charles. From the crown to the historic celebration to the emoji, we're live in London. Then start your engines for this morning's Consumer Confidential. New versus used, leasing or buying. Everything you need to know to score the best deal on a car. Plus in our series, The Upside, an artist who doesn't use brush strokes, but keystrokes. How he puts his own spin on classics using just a typewriter. And music star Andy Grammer is here to spread some positivity with a performance you don't want to miss. That's all ahead today, Monday, April 10th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good Monday morning and welcome to the third hour of Today and welcome to the Cousins Show.
Yes.
I'm Chanel. We've got our cousin Jill Martin here this morning. And look who is here all the way from Washington, D.C.
Here's the thing.
Yes?
Al is chief White House correspondent from here forward at NBC News, clearly.
Exactly. Yes.
Interviewing the president today. I've been there like 11 years. I'm still trying to get
so
that
funny.
interview.
You're
and Al
doing like
crushes it right out of the gates.
There you go. You're doing like a swap.
I don't know if your line is hook a brother up when you're looking to get news from the president.
That's
how would that go over?
That's how I'm going to start every question from here
Joe
forward.
Biden, hook a
Daily
brother up.
briefings,
Can I
Al.
make some news? So we're going to check in with Al coming up in just a little bit. But it's good to have you here. We haven't worked together since Weekend Today.
Yeah, no doubt. Northwestern friends from way back in the day. Jill Martin and I have known each other for years as well, so it's like old home
Together
week.
in Rio.
happy to
I'm
be
in
back.
Michigan, so Northwestern.
Oh, that's
Michigan.
true.
Little Big
Do you remember
Ten
that game that when we beat them and we like stormed the field?
I
Were you
remember
there
it well.
then?
Should we
Okay,
do it?
yeah. No, we'll talk about that another time. In football, that's all coming up. But we begin with another Easter celebration. The royal family gathered for the holiday weeks ahead of the coronation of King Charles. And this morning, we are learning new details about what to expect. So let's go to NBC's Molly Hunter. She's live in London this morning with more on that. Molly, good morning. On a rainy morning.
Hey guys, good morning to you. It was pretty special, very rainy, Chanel. Pretty special to see the Waleses out with their kids yesterday, and you've got to take my word for it. There was actually some British sunshine yesterday. Certainly the weather that this country will be hoping for. Excuse me. Take a look at all of our new coronation details.
The royal family gathered for Easter Sunday, the first since Queen Elizabeth's passing. All decked out in blue, Kate, the Princess of Wales, hand in hand with her 4, almost 5-year-old son Louis. George in a suit looking very grown up, and Charlotte offering a little wave to the crowd. After Easter services, the palace releasing new details about the May 6th coronation of King Charles.
I think many aspects of the coronation are designed to reflect what sort of king Charles wants to be.
The invitations, of course, going out listing his wife Camilla as queen instead of queen consort for the first time. We've learned there will be 2 processions. The first, the King's Procession, the monarch leaving Buckingham Palace in the Diamond Jubilee State Coach, heading down the Mall along Parliament Street and arriving at Westminster Abbey. At 11 a.m., the Archbishop of Canterbury will begin the ceremony, and just like the Queen's coronation back in 1953, the public will be able to watch as the new British sovereign is crowned alongside Queen Camilla in a deeply religious service.
It's filled with national identity, symbolism, propaganda. It's rooted in our history, and I think that is what makes it important now, and it's why people still very much feed into it, and they want it to happen, they're excited about it.
Camilla will wear Queen Mary's crown, and for Charles, first the imperial state crown made for King George VI's coronation. Then he'll use the St. Edward's crown at the end of the service, famously heavy, weighing more than 5 pounds, and that crown now fashioned into an emoji. Leaving Westminster, the coronation procession in the gold state coach, which has been used in every coronation since 1831. A large parade back to Buckingham Palace, where, much to the public's delight, and where we've seen them so many times before, the monarch and members of the royal family will make an appearance on the balcony.
Now, guys, of course, that's the balcony right back behind me. The other big unknown is whether Harry and Meghan will make the trip from sunny California, my homeland, I should say, a place I'm much more comfortable. The other big unknown, of course, is the weather report for May 6th. But fingers crossed, the sun will be shining for King Charles, guys.
Speaking of weather,
Yeah,
we're just going to
we gotta
act
go
like
back.
that intro didn't happen.
So here's Molly Hunter parasailing a short time ago outside Buckingham Palace. As long as you're in Britain, may as well do a little Mary Poppins moment You almost took off over the palace there, Molly. We thought we lost you.
The wind gusts are strong, and look, King Charles is going to be wearing a very heavy crown on his head. So
Hopefully it
let's
doesn't
hope
do that.
that the wind is calm on May 6th for all of us.
That's funny. If it blows and you catch it, can you keep it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly.
Molly Hunter. Thank you, Molly.
She handled it with grace.
She did.
All right, from parasailing, let's now hop down to Washington, D.C. for an annual tradition.
The White House Easter egg roll is this morning. Al and I doing a little chair swap today. He is live on the South Lawn. Al, we saw your photo on Instagram, by the way. You, Nick, Deborah, all decked out for the holiday ahead of
gorgeous
Easter
is this
Mass.
family?
Like, how great did they look?
Oh, well, Deborah and Nick really elevate the picture. I drop it down a bit. But we had a nice time at church. Then we went to a little dinner. And we've got the lovely Halle Bailey here. We're going to chat with her in just a little bit. Of course, the Little Mermaid. And it's got so much more going on. It's so nice to have you here. We've got, of course, the president's own band behind us. But first, let's show you what we were talking earlier. We're here for the 145th Easter egg roll. Is this your first time, Hallie?
This is actually my second.
Your second time?
Yep.
Well, I was here for the very first one 145 years ago. But but seriously, 30,000 eggs. Kids are now going through, doing everything. And for the first time, since I've been covering this for over 20 years, the President and First Lady stopped by live. So I couldn't resist the chance to ask the President if he had made any decisions about 2024.
I plan on at least 3 or 4 more Easter egg rolls.
At least 3 or 4 more?
Maybe 5.
Maybe 5?
maybe 6. What the hell?
Are you saying that you would be taking part in our upcoming election in 2024?
Well, I'll either be rolling an egg or being the guy who's pushing them out.
Come on, help a brother out. Make some news for me. Here.
Well, I plan on running now, but we're not prepared to announce it yet.
All right, so there you have it.
There you go, making news.
You know, that's going to be my. I'm going to get a T-shirt made. Help a brother out.
Yeah.
So that's the news question.
For you.
There you go. Well, we're very excited too. As I mentioned, Halle Bailey is here to take part. And Halle, what are you looking for? What's going to be happening today for you here?
Yes, well, I'm so excited to be here. I mean, it's a beautiful day. And today I'm going to be able to read to the babies at the Reading Nook, The Little Mermaid Make a Splash book. So it's a version of me with Ariel as me on the cover and the story. I'll be reading to the babies. I'm so excited to.
You know, everybody is looking forward so much to this movie. Has it still sunk in yet what your portrayal of Ariel means to not just, kids, little girls of color, but to everybody about inclusion?
Yes, it truly does not really hit me yet. I mean, I go in and out of moments where I just feel like I'm dreaming and pinching myself, but I'm so grateful and feel very honored to be in this position, and I just want to make all of the babies proud and everyone,
Wow, well, we're just so excited for you. And some lucky kids getting a chance to hear Ariel as Halle Bailey read The Little Mermaid.
Thank you.
Well, listen, have a wonderful time. Enjoy it. Take it all in.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited.
Well, we're excited to have you. Thanks so much for being here. Guys, back to you.
I love it. All right, Al, thank you so much. Well, just ahead, we are cruising for deals in our Consumer Confidential. Vicki Nguyen is here this morning, fresh off vacation. Good morning to you, Vicki. She's taking us car shopping, new versus used. We'll talk about it. Should you lease or buy? Even how to cut your insurance bill. And as we go to break, let's listen to the United States Marine Band. Since they're there at the White House, they are so good. In fact, they are America's oldest professional musical organization, and they will play us out to break. We'll be right back.
This morning, we are going car shopping at our Consumer Confidential. It has obviously been a wild ride for a lot of people over these last several years. Prices skyrocketing, supplies shrank. So here to get us back in the driver's seat is our senior consumer investigative correspondent, Vicki Wynn. This morning, Vicki, welcome back from vacation. Nice to see you. Looking refreshed and
healthy.
healthy.
A little darker, a couple shades darker, a lot more relaxed.
Yeah, this is as tan as I get. It's not pretty. So talk to us about the car marketplace if you can for a second. It's been so nuts for the last several years, certainly with COVID and the inability to kind of get vehicles lately. What's it look like right now?
In a word, Peter, it is expensive. Car prices are reaching record highs for new cars. We'll talk about the exact prices in a moment. Used car prices, the good news there is they're coming down, but they're still at record levels. Part of the problem is we talk about during the pandemic, the chip shortages. There was so much demand. That really hasn't cooled off too much. And the last aspect of all of this, the average car loan interest rate for a new car right now, pushing 9%, Peter, 9% for a car loan. So every time you hear the Fed saying, hey, we're going to raise the interest rate so that we can tame inflation, that's what it means. It's costing you more to borrow for a car. That's up from 5.6% just last year.
Yeah, the same way it's getting tougher to buy a house right now because those interest rates affects the car purchases too. So this is an age-old conversation. Every family has had it. Fortunately, I inherited the family station wagon, so it wasn't an issue. But everyone decides, do you lease or do you buy a car? Let's start with the idea of buying. What's the strategy behind that?
Okay, so we said it's expensive. This is exactly how much it is. It's almost $50,000 on average for a new car. And if you are thinking about buying a truck or an SUV, you're pushing $60,000. It's a huge investment. The key here is not to buy more than you can afford. Automakers also are trying to push buyers towards those higher levels. Nissan, for example, stopping production on its entry-level Sentra in favor of the Altima and the Pathfinder, which are two bigger, more expensive cars. So as a consumer, you're even seeing fewer options for the lower end cars. You always want to shop around. One trick I really like, once you've figured out what car you want, expand your shopping radius. An hour to 2 hours to find more dealers and contact their internet sales departments directly. Ask for the best out-the-door price. You'll get it in writing. Then you can compare all of these options, and you would be wildly amazed at how many thousands of dollars in savings that can get you. Finally, when you're looking for financing deals, if you're a teacher, you're a veteran, make sure you check with your bank or credit union. Don't just go with the financing options offered at the dealership.
Could be better benefits for you.
Exactly. And then lastly, we talk about the best times. Mondays tend to be a good time after the weekend rush. The end of the year, the last 3 months of the year, that last quarter when they're trying to make room for the new models is a good time to shop. And then finally, the holidays. The next big one would be Memorial Day.
Yeah. Good
All
advice.
right, Vic, did the rules change when you're buying a used car? And I feel like some of this is preference, like whether you want to get a used car or a new car, or whether you lease in your family.
Right, or a certified pre-owned car. So first, Jill, the prices for used cars right now, on average, $26,000. That's down from the previous peak, which was closer to $30,000, according to Kelley Blue Book. But the rules are generally the same in terms of financing and shopping around to get the best deal and being flexible in the type of car that you want. But I really want to draw your attention to some red flags when it comes to used car. NBC News has reporting that odometer fraud is really on the rise. That's when you get a bad guy, an unscrupulous seller who rolls back the odometer so you think, oh, this car is 5 years old, but it's only got a couple thousand miles. Unless that was a granny that only drove to the store for bread and milk once a month, your spidey sense should kick in. If it seems too low to be true, it probably is. Be on the watch for flood cars, too. We've had so many storms across the Midwest and the South. Those cars get fixed up. They look good, but the engines are shot. The best way to avoid that, Jill, is by test driving, asking a mechanic for an independent inspection, asking for the Carfax report, which tells you if that car has been in accidents before. And then finally, avoid any kind of car that is sold as is. Basically, that means if you drive it off the lot and it breaks down,
you want to go back and be able to say.
Consumer Report says certified pre-owned cars are probably your best bet in terms of reliability. They're less expensive than brand new cars, and they're a little more reliable. They usually come with a warranty for certified pre-owned, and those are cars that are 1 to 5 years old. They've been leased, which means they're more likely to be well maintained.
All right, well, speaking of leasing, finally, let's talk about leasing a car. I know people who just want a new car.
Yes.
Like they don't care, they want a lower payment, and they just want something new.
And that can be a great option for you. But just remember, you're basically renting that car for the next 2 or 3 years, the term of that loan. You have no equity in that car, but you don't have to pay for maintenance either. You can always just take it back to the dealer, and they'll make sure that they take care of it.
Okay.
So that is an option, but it's not always cheaper than buying a certified pre-owned or new car.
And finally, if you're going to lease a car, car. What do you mean by short time needed?
Let's say you're moving somewhere for a job for just a couple of years and you don't want to have to sell that car at the end. That could be a good option for you to lease it for a short term. Remember, with buying or leasing, you want to pay down your debt so that you can have the best credit score going into there to get the best options for financing. And like anything else, even with a lease, you can actually negotiate the terms. So try your best and shop multiple options.
How do you know all of these things without a piece of paper?
I know.
Amazing.
She knows everything, Vicki.
Or you keep your car for like 15 years like me.
Well, I was just about to say there's some like it's not
Just
broke,
drive your little hoopty clunker down the road. Just
Thank
enjoy
you,
it.
Vicki.
Vicki, thanks so much. Up next right here, a different kind of fine print. Forget the paintbrush. See how one artist creates amazing works with hidden messages using a typewriter. This is very cool. Then later, we are channeling our inner superheroes in Start Today when we find out how to do Spider-Man lunges. We are back.
Uh-oh. These pants are a little too tight for that. This morning in our series, The Upside, a different type of artist. He's putting his own spin on some classic works of art and creating amazing originals too. NBC's Kelly Kobiella found out about the keys to his success.
Guys, good morning. His name is James Cook, and he creates these incredible works of art, not with artificial intelligence, but with technology that is much older. It's an unmistakable sound from the past. That tap-tap ding of a typewriter. For artist James Cook, it's the perfect palette and brush, using letters, numbers, and symbols to create intricate works of art. His London studio stacked high with his tools of the trade. Look at all these typewriters, which he says allow him to draw in a completely different way.
The drawings work from two different perspectives. So when you stand back, you don't register it as being a drawing that's been typewritten. It's only when you get really close that you see all these individual marks on the page.
Cook first got the idea while researching a school project 9 years ago.
I was inspired by an American artist from sort of the 1920s. His name was Paul Smith.
Paul Smith typed out his first work of art when he was just 11 years old on a machine a neighbor had thrown away. Smith had severe cerebral palsy, making it hard to move and speak. The typewriter gave him a voice, creating hundreds of works of art with a handful of keys.
My jaw dropped when I saw his work. I thought, there's no way this is possible, that you can make drawings with typewriters. And I thought, well, I've got to have a go at this.
Cook's first typewriter, bought for about $20 from an elderly couple he met at an antique store.
That was my first picture.
Wow.
So that's supposed to be a picture of the Woolworth Building in Manhattan.
He's created more than 300 works of art since and collected nearly 50 typewriters, most of them donated. This one with keys in Hebrew from a professor who commissioned a portrait.
I don't want to make sure that I accidentally write anything rude because I had no idea what the letters mean.
The typewriters often telling their own stories. This face looks familiar.
Yeah. This machine has come out of Buckingham Palace.
Donated by a former private secretary to the late Queen Elizabeth.
Her job was writing thousands upon thousands of letters to dignitaries, presidents, you name it. And apparently her office used to be literally one floor directly below the Queen's bedroom in Buckingham Palace. So it's quite cool to think that this machine has, for about 20 years, was below the Queen's bedroom.
His work ranging from standard letter size to long landscapes, all with hidden messages, like the words Mona Lisa in the famous lady's robes, American Gothic stamped across the American Gothic sky, and in this landscape, this drawing is worth every penny. James says he taught himself through practice and never uses whiteout.
It's got a charm to it if it's not quite precise, if it's not too perfect.
The smaller pictures take a week to complete. The landscapes, up to 2 months. James almost makes it look easy. But as I found out, oh, that's awful. There's a true art to this kind of typing. Ding. Cook's typewritten art now sells for hundreds of dollars, and among his most prized possessions, a portrait of the world's most famous typewriter collector, Tom Hanks, signed by the actor.
My jaw drops. I was like walking down the stairs and I see it sort of sitting at the bottom of the staircase, kind of like just come through the letterbox.
Cook's motto, a picture worth 1,000 words. In his world, thousands of characters make up one beautiful picture. Cook says he gets 80% of his commissions from the United States, and believe it or not, there are actually more typewriter artists out there, a small community of them, one of whom lives in the United States, and they trade ideas, techniques, and even the occasional typewriter. Guys,
that is really cool. I didn't even know that was a thing.
I know.
The same way you give a rotary phone to a kid, they'd have no idea what to do with it. Imagine handing a typewriter to someone these days. They'd be like, huh?
How beautiful that is for someone.
Did you take typewriting? You took typewriting back in the day, right?
I'm a
in
Hunt
school?
and Peck guy.
Yeah, we used to hear
took typewriting?
Yeah, you'd walk by the classroom and you hear the click, 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 click. You know. Anyway,
We
now
just
he's
aged ourselves.
Took that talent and just took it to another level. That was great, Kelly. All right, up next, the couple that squats together stays together. Husband and wife Jason and Lauren Packer here to show us some easy moves you can do. It can help us all warm up for a workout. We'll be right back.
Uche told me that about you.
Right.
All right, this could get interesting. We are back with the Monday edition of Start Today. This time we are trying a full body mobility warm-up.
And we have a dynamic fitness duo to help. Lauren and Jason Pack are certified personal trainers and hosts of the Reasonably Fit podcast.
They're also husband and wife. So Lauren and Jason, welcome. Good morning.
Thank you so much for
Thank you guys for coming in.
Clearly more than reasonably fit as we look at them right now. So.
You know what, though? I've been watching. It's funny, this endless scroll, even this weekend, of all of these mobility warm-ups on Instagram. People are really into these. Can you talk really quickly about how it's different from, I guess, stretching before a workout? Is there a difference?
So typically when people go into a workout, they just do like a couple of these. And
they were like, okay, we're ready.
Yeah, and I'm ready. Or you do a 5-minute warm-up on the treadmill. But we like to combine those two things and get your body more prepared in a better way by going through full ranges of motion and really preparing your body for the workout ahead, but also improving your mobility overall so that you just move through life better.
I love that. I think it's good. Go ahead.
A lot of people, I was going to say, think it has to be like an all or nothing when you're going about this process.
Yeah.
What are the strategies you should have in mind as you initiate a warm-up like that?
Yeah, so something that we're always trying to do is help make movement feel as accessible as possible for as many people as possible. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing today is for any of the moves that Lauren is demonstrating today, I'll I'll be going over some modifications so that people can feel comfortable and confident going into this.
All right, let's
Or you
get
could
to
just
it.
sit. You could just sit. If
I'm so sorry, I injured my shoulder, so don't think I'm being a bad sport. Okay, go ahead.
We're starting with the Spider-Man lunge.
We're going to do a Spider-Man lunge. So
Here,
come
you
to
take
a
this-
push-up
this
position. I'm sorry for your tight pants situation. So up
Make
on
it
your feet.
interesting.
Yeah, unless I
Let's
can do it
bring
on
your
one
right
hand, I
foot to the outside of your right hand.
I'm going to blow these slacks out real good.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Right outside your hand, actually.
And then for the modified version, we're going to be on this
I
chair
would
right here,
literally
and
have a hole
we're going
in
to
the
stride
crotch.
forward with this right side.
What does that do? That just
then
takes
step
the
back.
pressure off?
Exactly, yeah.
Good,
And so
yeah.
what we're doing right here is we're just shortening the range of motion a little bit by elevating our hands, and it just makes it a lot easier to stride that leg
Do
forward.
you feel it?
Yeah. How
Peter,
many
that is not what the
push-ups?
teacher is doing.
If I do any more, there's going to be like
So,
a big open crotch.
We
in
would
this
typically
shot.
do about a minute of this. So you just kind of alternate sides, and you're really feeling, you want to think about pushing your knee out, opening up your chest, getting nice and tall, and you're really feeling your hip flexors getting stretched, your inner thigh getting stretched. And yeah, Peter, with tight pants, you just don't step as far. That's totally fine.
So what about a mobility move for our backs?
So, okay, great question. Let's go into the next one. We're going to come down to, stay on the ground, come down to all
I feel
fours.
so bad, I
We're going
can't
to
do
sit back toward your heels. Take your right hand and reach it through the space between your hand and your knee, and then
That feels
rotate
good.
up toward the ceiling. This is a thread the needle.
I do this
And
a lot
I
in
think this one
yoga.
right here.
This is
So
a
we
yoga
place our
this
right
already.
hand.
Yep, that I can do.
Yep.
Yes,
And then
very
from there,
similar.
reach
Yeah.
through,
That too.
and then reach up
Okay, that I
towards the
How
ceiling.
many of these do we do?
Good. We would do about 30 seconds of this, and then go ahead and switch sides.
So by doing it on a chair, what
And
does that do?
So this is a great alternative for those of you who have sensitive knees, who don't like to be on the floor. This is a
Okay.
great way to have a different option to elevate the surface a little bit and make it a little bit friendlier.
That does feel
and what does
good.
it do?
Feels
It's
great,
just opening
right?
up the shoulder, right?
Exactly. The
Yeah, we're warming
shoulder,
up the
the upper
shoulder.
back, and the neck.
I love that.
Yeah,
All right.
so this is great for if you're sitting all day and you just want to loosen everything up. Feels really good.
Okay, and then last up, everyone's favorite.
Is it bad that
Squats
we're
with the
sweating
twist.
from the warm-up?
I know. Well, that's the idea, right? You're getting your heart rate up, sweating, and getting ready for the workout. So we're going to do a forward lunge with a reach. So we're going to get a little more dynamic now. So we're going to lunge forward with your right foot,
This
knee
is
down
where
to
I
the
get
ground,
this work.
and then reach across your body
Actually,
with
keep
your
that
left
box
arm,
up
reach
there.
across.
So instead of a
And
forward
then
lunge,
push
Chanel, we're
back.
going to do a
Ooh,
forward
slippery.
stride.
Yep,
Oh, okay.
and then do the
And
other
then
side.
reach across.
Lunge, reach, perfect.
This whole thing should take
And
about
step
like
back.
10 minutes.
About 5 minutes, actually.
Oh, wow,
It's pretty
really?
quick.
Not intended for dress shoes. Next time, sneaks.
But you know
right,
what?
this is-
Even if you do this and don't have time to do it much more after, it still feels good. Like it's your
Yeah,
energy.
exactly.
Exactly.
good
All right,
for
let's
the
get
body.
into the last move. We're
All right,
gonna
last
go
one.
sideways this time. Let's go a nice wide stance.
Okay.
All right, maybe we should stagger
I
a little
wasn't gonna
bit.
make
There we
you
go.
look at my toes,
Okay, no,
so
this is
I
great. This is great. We'll go bend your right leg. Yeah, there you go, and touch the ground, and then back up. Bend your left leg, touch the ground, and back
Chanel,
up.
same thing.
So we're going
Feet out
side
wide.
to side.
Or we're just going to be tapping this box right here.
Okay, now that I can
Good.
do
So
too.
Jason's just limiting the range
And
of
how
motion.
many reps of this?
Let's go even wider so you feel that stretch in your. You try to really split your pants.
Yeah.
Okay. Feel that stretch in your inner thigh. We're gonna do about 30 seconds. Of
Lauren and Jason, what's your IG handle?
Jason and Lauren Pack.
Easy enough.
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys so much. By the way, just scan that QR code or head to today.com/start today to join our newsletter, join our online community, and don't miss the new episode of Start Today on our streaming channel Today All Day, full of inspiring stories and fun workouts. You can catch it this morning at 10 a.m. on today.com/all day or streaming on Peacock. Oh, the couples who squat together, Stacey.
Yeah, all right. Their first time on Today, they met in college and worked
And
together.
now
I
look
love
at
a
you
love
now.
story.
Welcome, welcome.
All right, well, up next, some more exciting stories that are trending on Today.com. We're sampling an interesting breakfast concoction. Lucky we worked out. Then later, Andy Grabber is here with a performance to start your week off with some good vibes. Hey, Andy. What's up? We'll be right back.
I love it.
always love these segments. We're back again with another edition of This Is Today, where we tell you the stories that people are loving on Today.com.
Today's digital editorial director, Ariana Davis, is here to fill us in on all those things. By the way, you can scan that QR code to see all of these stories. Ariana, good morning. Nice to see you.
Hi, good morning.
All right, let's get out of the gates with a really sweet one. Okay? This is two 81-year-old friends who have now traveled around most of the world in 80 days. What's their update?
I love these two. So these two, Sandy and Ellie, met 23 years ago in Zambia, and they bonded over their love of travel. They since both became widowed, and they say that they lost their husbands, but they gained best friends in each other, and they love to travel together. So when they turned 80, they decided to travel the world in 80 days. The pandemic delayed their whole journey by a year, but they still went from everywhere from Egypt to Rome to Antarctica. They even did the very notoriously dangerous Drake's Passage. Like they've traveled all over, and they just gave us an update on what's going to be next for them. I think we have a little clip.
Oh,
okay. We are planning another trip. We're going to reveal it in about a week or so. So it's going to be something when we're 82 in 2024. We haven't come up with a good rhyme. We've got some ideas what we're going to do. So you just need to stay tuned for the next adventure because it's going to happen.
I love that they're strategizing on how
They
they're
are.
going to make
They're
the announcement.
They're
I love the big
TikTok
smiles.
famous.
They're
Yeah.
just like, wee!
They get recognized in airports now. They're like legit famous because of their travels. They're so sweet.
There's always something, lady, something new. All right, so let's talk about Love Is Blind. People are obsessed with this show. It's a fan favorite reality show. The 4th season is coming to an end. For people who don't know, essentially, can you just set it up for us, and then what's the big thing now?
So Love Is Blind, basically, it's an experiment to see, is love truly blind? They have 15 women and 15 men dating each other without seeing each other for 10 days. If at the end, without seeing the person you've been dating, you decide you want to get married, you only get to see each other in real life once you're engaged, and then you get to meet and date in the real world. And it's like answering this question, is love blind? The show is in the 4th season, as you said, and it's like people are obsessed because it just makes for really great reality TV.
Has it ever worked? Because everybody watches it but me.
So percentage-wise, I think it's around 20%. So I think out of the first 3 seasons, 4 couples out of 18 total are actually still together, and there's been 4 seasons. So
I think that's a pretty good probability.
It's worked for
That's a healthy strategy.
So which poll? I guess there's a poll in which couples would get married at the end, right?
So if you are watching season 4 right now, everyone on Today.com was just rapidly voting in this poll of who's going to end up together. So Tiffany and Brett, if you're watching right now, our readers think are the couple that is most likely to end up together.
Have they seen each other yet? So we see
They've
them.
seen each other,
Okay.
yes. And in case you haven't seen it, I don't want to give too many spoilers, but it seems like their love is real, at least according to our readers. And if you want to cast your vote, you can head to Today.com now. But it's been a very messy season if you're watching. There's a million crazy storylines, and it's just chef's kiss reality TV.
Pretty good looking.
Yeah, so we'll see. All right, well, speaking of crazy, you always bring some concoction, and I don't know about this one. A twist on a classic breakfast.
Yes, so Bella Ramsey is the star of The Last of Us on HBO. She was great in that show, but she's making headlines right now because she likes to eat her cereal with orange juice. She did an interview recently where she shared that when she was younger, she couldn't find milk, so basically she eats her bran flakes with orange juice instead. And on Today.com, a lot of our readers have said that this is something that they do. So curious.
All
if
right,
we
let's
taste
try
test.
You always hear them wheeling something in when you know.
And you're like, oh man, this is not going to be great.
Okay, here. I'll pass it over.
This is a little aggressive.
Have you tried it?
I have not. This is going to be my first time. And last year, Tropicana, they released an actual orange juice that's meant specifically for cereal. So this is it's becoming a thing.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's not terrible.
That's not terrible.
I don't believe it.
It's not. You have
Really?
to.
No,
Maybe
it smells
with
like a stomach
cornflakes
ache.
or something, but
It's not as bad as I would have expected.
No, I mean I prefer milk, but I'm not ew.
You know
I
what?
mean it's not.
If you didn't tell me, if you just said, hey, this is a different kind of breakfast something, just, you know what I mean?
I feel
It's got a
like it
little
depends
citrusy.
on which cereal
That's not
you
horrible.
use.
That's exactly right.
I wouldn't put that in Fruit Loops.
Or
it would be
Cookie Crisp, right?
I think it's okay with that 'cause it's
bad.
kind of like toast. And
It's like a
juice.
nice.
What would
Okay,
you say?
Bella Ramsey.
All right,
She taught us
fine.
something today.
Thank you, Bella.
Can we talk about some manners here for a second, right?
Yes,
This is
yes.
as it goes to going to a restaurant, right? This began on Reddit here, and the idea is if you go to the restaurant, can you bring your own ranch dressing with you. I have opinions about this, but what's the takeaway?
Yeah, our restaurant etiquette expert, Mr. Manners, basically says this is rude. It's rude to bring your own condiments. Basically, when you go to a restaurant, you're kind of putting your palate in the care of like the chef and the staff. But it was started by, there's a viral Reddit thread where a woman claims that she left her date in the middle of the date to go find ranch dressing because she desperately needed it for her meal. So it sparked a lot of online conversation.
That was their last date.
That was probably their last date, I would assume, yes. But
I love it.
Mr. Manners basically says if you do want to have something and it's not there, you could ask the server, hey, this is what I typically eat with this. Do you have a suggestion or a substitute in mind?
I love it. And then Beyonce puts hot sauce in her bag and everybody's like, I love you. Okay, the Barbie trailer has people talking since it was released last week.
Yeah.
Something else is causing chatter, though.
Yes, Barbie, the trailer. We don't even know what this movie is about, and everyone is obsessed with it already just from the trailer alone. But there's one moment that has everyone talking, which is this perfect, like, the Barbie is known for having that perfect pointed arch foot, and Margot Robbie in the trailer walks out and she maintains the perfect Barbie foot, and everyone has been like, is this CGI?
I say
Is this
CGI.
her actual foot? What's the answer? Even Chrissy Teigen commented on our Instagram post and said, I want to be an investigative reporter to get down to the bottom of how she did this. But Mattel and Warner Brothers both have not responded to comment, unfortunately.
My biggest issue is stepping on those heels when I'm cleaning up the family room at night. Those Barbie heels.
Those little
crush it.
Barbie heels.
I'm excited to see that movie.
I know, it's fun.
Yeah.
Ariana, thank you so
Looking forward
much.
to having you. That was great.
Always good to see you here. Head to today.com for more on those stories and sign up for our new This Is Today newsletter by scanning that QR code.
And don't forget to take the Love is Blind poll to weigh in on how you think the season will play out. But first,
Up next, speaking of love, singer Andy Grammer is here to spread some love with a performance you do not want to miss. When we come right back.
So don't give up.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by Citi.
All right, we are back with a multi-platinum singer-songwriter known for making music with a message.
Andy Grammer has generated, this is hard to believe, more than 3 billion global streams with pop hits like Keep Your Head Up and Fine By Me.
his latest single, I Need a New Money, is the first time he's released a track based on one of his other passions, poetry. And he's here to perform it for us live. It's actually the first time that we've ever had spoken word performed live on the show.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, on the third hour.
History maker.
That's super exciting.
So why was this important? Hi, everybody, first of all.
Hi.
And why was this important for you to do? And I know that there's a really impactful meaning behind this.
You know, I was out on tour and I was really getting into this spoken word stuff, and I was trying to figure out, like, man, where am I going to do this? And then I was like, oh, I have a show tonight. maybe all these people would want to hear this. This is really great. So I started doing it, and my shows have like spoken word that lead into songs and stuff. And we just got a lot of feedback that this one specifically was resonating with people. So then we made it into a song.
All right, so with that said, we hear you have a special announcement for us this
Yes, I am here to announce the New Money Tour.
Yay!
In July, I am so excited about it. I literally have the best fans in the world. It's going to be really, really great.
So new tour, how about a new album?
New album is coming later this year as well.
Oh,
Big things this year.
Big things this year. Well, on that note, here's Andy Grammer with I Need a New Money. Take it away.
I am not merely an economic unit, I am human. How far off are we that can sound confusing? I want to strive for more, but oftentimes I don't know how to. I need a new money that measures my inherent value. What's your salary? What's your rate? What's your hourly wage? What's your position, your commission? How much are you for the day? When we meet somebody new, what is the first thing that we say? What do you do, AKA, how much money do you make? And then we take that information and we sort it in our brains. Assess the value, calculate where to put them on the page. The hierarchy of importance, I mean, this is just insane. You're telling me that we've agreed to tie self-worth to what we're paid? You're telling me that we've agreed to tie self-worth to what we're paid. Well, what a grave mistake to make. What terrible advice to take. If the scoreboard counts in dollars, what kind of game you think we'll play? Yo, I am not merely an economic unit, I am human. How far off are we that can sound confusing? I want to strive for more, but oftentimes I don't know how to. I need a new money that measures my inherent value. But like my 4-year-old asking why until she's blue in the face, my inner child inquires about this money that we make. Why? I make money because I need it. Why? So I can have financial freedom. Why? So I can keep up with the Joneses. Why? So someday I can own a home. And why? So I can climb the social ladder. Why? So I feel like I even matter. Why? Because I'm constantly worried that I won't be enough. Why? Because I'm worried without money I'm not worthy of love. Yo, I'm not merely an economic unit, I am human. How far off are we that can sound confusing? Want to strive for more, but oftentimes I don't know how to. I need a new money that measures my inherent value. What if the scoreboard tallied love? What if the stock market valued love? What if your 401k was judged by how much you lifted others up? What if the best we could get was love? What if we were impressed with love? What if the status in class was love? What if it mattered how much you love? What if the money was not enough? What if we worked 9 to 5 for love? What if the point of this life was love? What if the point of this life was love? Yeah, I am not merely an economic unit. I am human.
Wow. You like feel that in your bones.
I love that.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Andy. I Need a New Money is available now based in love and kindness and not money with
I love it.
Beautiful
How
message.
much fun is this tour going to be?
I mean, you guys, can we come?
And that's like the vibe, and everybody shows up with that energy is like
Can't
really
wait.
special. I can't wait.
You literally feel it, and you can catch Andy on tour this summer. We'll be right back.
So good.
That was incredible.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm constantly worried that I won't be enough. Why? Because I'm worried without.
Can we say thank you to our cousins, Jill and Peter?
Thanks for having
It's
us.
been fun dancing with you guys. Tomorrow on the 3rd hour of Today, we are celebrating National Pet Day with some products for your best friend.
And coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Jane Lynch is in the studio to celebrate the return of the Weakest Link.
Have a great day.
Morning out. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
talented Jane Lynch is here to play along as we find out who is the weakest link. Plus, the woman behind the hit show Unprisoned, relationship expert Tracy McMillan. And Taylor Swift and her longtime boyfriend call it quits. We've got the details on the end of an era.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Everybody, hi. It is Monday. It is April the 10th. So happy that you're here. Hope you had a nice, beautiful Easter weekend. Enjoyed yourself. How was yours?
Oh, it was good. How was yours?
Did you spend time with fam?
Yes, I was with Henry's mom. We were with some friends too in Virginia.
Nice.
It was beautiful and springy.
Oh,
we dyed some eggs.
You dyed your eggs.
A few of those say "I love mom" on them.
Oh, for you.
So yeah, I've still got it.
Oh my God, I can't.
And that little Missy turns 10 years old this week.
Wait, are you serious?
I have almost 10-year-old. Can you believe it?
Double digits.
She just wants dumplings from Trader Joe's.
Is that really what she
have you
likes?
ever had the dumplings
No, are
from
they
Trader
so yummy?
Joe's?
Are they yummy?
Aren't they so
yummy?
good?
Oh my God.
You have to get the dumplings. You told me about the tilapia, which...
Wait, the crunchy fish, the crunchy tilapia at Trader Joe's is to die for. You air fry it for 15 minutes, and when you cut into it, it's like...
you buy it frozen,
Frozen.
right? Like a fish stick.
Crunchy, but a piece of fish.
I know.
Like
okay,
not
I'm looking
the stick.
forward to that. There's
Okay.
also the chocolates.
Yes.
Did you see the chocolate bananas, which I know you make yourself?
Yes.
But you can
yes.
also buy them frozen.
The aisles are all so good.
Okay, how was your Easter
It was
weekend?
great. We had the egg hunt. We did all the things. The kids loved it. But let me tell you what preceded Easter, which was Saturday. We got in our car from here, which is in Manhattan.
Yes.
30 minutes to New Jersey.
Okay.
And in New Jersey, they have this place called the American Dream Mall. Pause. We pull into the parking lot, and all of a sudden, I see a train of people carrying skis and snowboards because they're walking into the mall because there's a ski slope inside. Wait, inside the mall, there's a ski slope. You can rent skis or you can bring your own. Look what I'm talking about.
Is that
here.
you?
No. But look what I'm talking about. Okay. Then, hold on. So it's
That
like,
is inside a building?
Inside the mall. Then, as you continue to walk through, we got tickets for the roller coasters. Wait, not like, woo, look at the roller coaster. The roller coasters at the American Dream. Look at this.
Wait, that's indoors?
It's a legit whole amusement park inside. Look at this.
Ooh, that looks terrible.
That's fun. It's all, by the way, all the
one that
rides
goes up like that?
upside.
Did you do that?
I didn't do that one, but
Okay.
I did. But the roller coasters are legit scary. They have an aquarium. They have a House of Mirrors. They have a Ferris wheel, and they have Zara in all the stores. Like it's a mall.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Can you go to Claire's and get your ears
Yes,
pierced?
you can get your ears pierced. You can buy your kids clothes. But you know what? Sometimes you need one stop.
Yeah.
They have a whole water park in there. Up in there.
Did you go?
No, we didn't because
How long were you at that American Dream Mall?
Look at the water park. It's a whole thing in the mall. They just resurrected this mall that was so like, I think malls are, people aren't going to malls anymore. So they were like, hey, I know, let's build a whole amusement park inside
the mall.
Wait, is that the craziest
And were there
thing?
tons of people?
Yes, we got there at 10. It wasn't that packed. But you know how when you walk into a new mall, it's all sparkly?
Yeah.
That's the feeling. It's like, whoa, what? It's awesome.
You did? And did you go to the ski
We didn't.
slope?
No, we did not.
You just saw it?
We went to the aquarium.
Yeah.
There's a whole aquarium in
Yes.
there. We did the House of Mirrors. We did the roller coasters. We had a delicious lunch. It was really fun. So if you want something to do, it's in New Jersey, right next to MetLife Stadium. It's right next to the sports stadium.
I actually...
You could have a whole day out there.
I can't believe you did that.
Yeah. We left at 9:30, got home at like 3:30 or 4.
What?
All day, yeah.
You were at the mall for the entire day?
You can't. We still couldn't do half the stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, talk about our Swifties.
All right. Well, the Swifties are sad. You know, because there was some breaking news over the weekend. Obviously, Taylor Swift is on her sold-out Eras concert tour, which has been going great.
Yeah. Oh, you can't get a ticket.
You can't get a ticket.
No, because everyone wants to go.
But unfortunately, over the weekend, there were news broke that Taylor and her boyfriend, Joe Alwyn, have called it quits.
Oh, they were dating for a long time. 6 years?
6 years.
Mhm.
And I think I don't think, they wrote music together.
Yeah.
He wrote that song,
Yes.
Exile, that we love.
I know. The fact that they could write beautiful, sad songs together
Yeah.
was pretty amazing.
I know. I wonder if they're listening to Exile now. So
Sometimes
remember
you
that
can't.
song, It's a Breakup? I love that song with Bon Iver.
Bon Iver, yeah.
You know which one I'm talking
yes,
about?
Yes, that's a great
I'm leaving out
one.
the side door.
I love that song.
They wrote that. Anyway, I know. So they worked together and they also dated for a really long time.
Okay, and all the Swifties are always looking for clues, like little Easter eggs that she's laying, like what
Swifties.
happened when and what. And they claim that on one of her last concerts, she changed up the first song on her list to a breakup song called The One. Let's listen.
Guess you never know, never know. And if you wanted me, you really should have showed. And if you never bleed, you're never gonna grow. And it's all right now.
Sad. We love that song. We love that whole album. Remember when we
Pandemic.
listened to that album over and over
That was
again?
definitely pandemic.
And then when the year came, when 2020 wrapped, and we had the top 7 songs were all
of them.
Taylor Swift.
God, that was like we were all shut in and listening to that.
Oh, it's so
well, it's
sad.
hard to know when the right time is to, break off a relationship.
Yeah.
'Cause I think sometimes when you're breaking off a relationship, there are different ways
to do it.
We've all been broken up with and been the one doing the breaking, but
Yeah.
it's like having a conversation that is hard is a super hard thing to do.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, like anything, it's easier. I'll just put it off. I'll just wait. And then you start resenting anyway. So
Yes.
sometimes it's better just to
Well,
have the
it's like-
difficult conversation.
How can you be honest with yourself, but also combat change?
Yes.
Because change for a lot of people is very tricky.
Because you're right. You're like, well, let's just kind of leave
status
this how
quo,
it is.
It's okay.
Right. It's fine. It's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine. But I think when you decide to have that conversation, it takes all the courage in the world. It's like your heart is thumping. If you've
Yeah.
ever, no matter what the difficult
Yes,
conversation
totally.
is, you feel like you're like, oh my gosh, I can't swallow. I've got to have this conversation, and you finally do it. It does make you feel a little braver that you had the courage.
But by the way, if you don't, it just hangs over you. So you're nervous
you.
and you feel kind of sick in your stomach.
Yes.
And then once you've released it.
Yes. I think stuffing it down, although it seems like the easier route, is the worst route.
We shouldn't stuff anything down.
No, we don't.
We have to stuff things out. Stuff it out. Can you stuff it out? No, you can't. Okay, well, anyway.
Coming up, the weakest link is back, which means one other thing. Jane Lynch is in the house!
We're catching up with her. Maybe we'll play a little too.
Oh, yeah.
Right after this.
Oh, Jane. All right, there's not much Jane Lynch cannot do, okay? You guys remember she stole our hearts as the lovable villain Sue Sylvester in Glee for 6 seasons.
Yeah, and since then, she's racked up a Golden Globe and a few Emmy Awards, and she's starred on Broadway.
So we can for certain say that Jane Lynch is not the weakest link, but she's back to host season 3. Hi, Jane. How we love when you come to visit us.
I love visiting the two of you.
We want to talk about the weakest link and all that stuff, but I love kind of origin stories. stories, how it began for you, and how your career catapulted because of one decision you made a long time ago that just changed the trajectory of your life.
Right. I did a commercial for Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. Now, this was at a time when, I didn't say no to anything. Yeah. So you show up for a commercial audition, and then I got a call back, and it's Christopher Guest, who was the director. I found out at the callback. So that kind of, that from all, that all good things.
Guest, and he called you for what, Best in Show?
Best in Show. And I ran into him at a restaurant. He didn't even call me, hadn't even thought of me. And I was like, oh, hi, nice to see you. And he said, come to my office, young lady. So,
and when you went there, he was like, we have a movie.
Yeah, it was like, he was like basically telling me I had it, and I couldn't process it. And I said, okay, yeah. Well, I told him how I would do it and why I was kind of selling myself to him.
Like,
and he doesn't like to be sold to. He's not one of those guys. And so he was just kind of nodded his head, and then I walked out and I went, I think I just got it.
So, are you like a girl with a plan? Were you like, I'm going to do a commercial and then I'm going to do a movie?
No, I had no plan. And I think that that's a good thing these days because I didn't say no to anything.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be invited to the party, if you will. I just wanted to act, whether it was on stage, in front of the camera. I did everything. I just loved it so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing is you've been so open, to possibilities.
Yes.
Then you got to work with Jennifer Coolidge.
Yes.
Who we have seen have this moment in the last couple of years that she maybe didn't have before.
Right.
You said something really beautiful about her. You said the world was just waiting to catch up with her.
Yeah, she's one of those. Yeah, she's you meet her and you. Well, I had seen her earlier on stage at Groundlings, and I was like, oh, my God. She's just so unique and so weird and so her own self. There's nobody she's like. And sometimes it takes people a while to cotton to that. So she didn't necessarily become a star right away. She didn't shoot to fame, and now she has.
Yeah. What do you think about people like her or Sheryl Lee Ralph or all these women who are like stepping into their moment at this moment in their lives?
Well, I think it's just kind of a destiny has come together too. This perhaps couldn't happen 5 minutes earlier. It's possible now, and we're open to it now. And I think with Jennifer, the fact that she has so much talent and she is so unique and she's unstoppable.
Yeah.
That she stuck around no matter what. And it wasn't like she wasn't working, but she wasn't like you look at her and go, why isn't that person a huge star? And now she is.
Yeah, that's so fun to see that happen to your friend.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, we have to talk about The Weakest Link.
Yes.
You are so we know you.
Yes.
You've played evil characters on TV.
But you're nice.
But you're kind.
Yes.
And loving.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you.
Is it hard to be kind of
mean?
Cranky.
Do you know what?
Grumpy?
It was easy to be mean as Sue Sylvester because I was playing a character and I knew her goodness inside. But every once in a while it can get hard. I got a wonderful producer, Stuart Krasnow, who's in my ear, and he is the snarkiest guy in the world. And he'll say blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I can't. You come down here and say it to that beautiful person that I'm looking at right now. So there's certainly a line. I mean, I don't want to be mean. No. But everybody shows up knowing what the drill is.
Yeah.
They know what the game is.
Yeah.
And they're kind of waiting for the insult.
Yeah, so you have to give them what they want.
I got to give the people
what they
want.
All right, Jane's going to stick around. She's going to host a game of The Weakest Link for us coming up.
Okay, we're going to take some Plaza contestants and see who's forced to say goodbye. Right. Did we say that right?
No.
Right.
Oh, I'm a valley girl now.
Coming up tomorrow,
we're catching up with the lovely and talented Jennifer Gardner.
Plus, entrepreneur Emma Grede shares her secrets to success.
And it's time for our Tuesday outfit reveal.
It's all Tuesday on Hoda and Jenna. time has come to see who among us is the weakest link.
Okay, the beloved game show first premiered on NBC over 20 years ago based on the hit format BBC Studios brought to the world.
Okay, in honor of season 3, the premiere tomorrow, we're going to play a mini version with two of our fun Plaza friends. We have Eugenia Vance. She's from Dallas, Texas. Woo! Marlo Bungham. She's from Masson, Minnesota. And by the way, their family members are here. Mom Doris and son Gabe in the house, too. We're excited.
Okay, and here to host is the one and only Jane Lynch.
Come on, Jane.
All right,
Let's
kids.
go.
This is how it's going to work. I will ask questions one at a time, left to right. Normally on the show, we would bank money, but I'm not feeling too confident with these two.
Us?
So let's put 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, and we'll start with Hoda. It's time to play The Weakest Link. All right, Hoda.
Yes, what are we doing?
What fluffy confection made with whipped eggs whites would you find? What? And Three Musketeer bars.
No words.
Oh, just say it. Meringue.
Nope. Nougat. All right, Jenna.
Okay.
A popular nursery rhyme begins with "It's raining, it's pouring, the old man is what?"
Snoring.
Correct.
nice.
Eugenia, what
Eugenia.
restaurant chain suspended its finger licking good tagline in 2020?
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
You got that one right. All right, Marlo. In what rom-com does Julia Roberts tell Hugh Grant she's just a girl standing in front of a boy asking him to love her?
Oh.
Marlo, come on.
It's okay.
Got Pretty Woman.
Nope, that is Notting Hill. All right, Hoda, we're back to you.
Don't worry about it.
Savannah Guthrie or Savannah, Georgia? Which is covered in Spanish moss?
Savannah, Georgia.
Got that right. Woo, that was a safe answer. Jenna, what punk pop band released the Grammy-winning album American Idiot?
Oh, Green Day.
You got that right. Okay, Eugenia, if I'm 6 feet tall and my co-star is 5'7", how many inches taller am I?
2.
5. All right, Marlo, sit on it or blow on it? How do you get the noise out of a whoopee cushion?
Oh, the noise out of a whoopee cushion?
Yes.
Sit on it.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay.
All right, Hoda, this is for you. Before Curb Your Enthusiasm, Larry David co-created what other sitcom that turned out pretty good?
Seinfeld.
You got that right. All right, Jenna, this is for you. On what reality show do contestants... Whoa! Time is up. All right, this is the part in the show when we usually vote off the weakest link. But I think it's pretty crystal clear what the weakest link is. In fact, there are two of them, and they're Hoda and Jenna.
What?
So it's time for you two.
Okay, we'll leave. Okay, we'll leave.
Go back to your day jobs.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Come
Eugenia and Marlo.
We don't know why the whiteboards are there.
No, those whiteboards are there just in case we have a tiebreaker.
Okay.
We do know why they're there.
All right. So now this is the part of the show where we're going to do the final round. We'll be doing it with Eugenia and Marlo. Now it's time for you to, I will alternate asking questions to each of you. You each get 3 questions. Whoever gets the most of theirs right will win. So let's play.
All right.
The weakest link. All right, Eugenia. In the movie Bohemian Rhapsody, Rami Malek played what legendary lead singer of Queen? Ooh, not up on your
Ooh, no, I am not up on Queen, but I love the movie.
Yeah. Nope, we're not skipping. You either have it or you don't. And if it don't linger. Do you not know? You want to just say something? Make up a singer's name. Just say something.
It's not Bruno Mars, but yeah.
No. Freddie Mercury. All right, Marlo. Your question. Atlantic City was the model for what board game first sold by Parker Brothers over 8 decades ago? You will wait until I finish before you answer. You get the point. Okay. All right, back to you, Eugenia.
Oh, the pressure's on.
Come on.
Got it, girl.
What nun from Calcutta was canonized by Pope Francis in 2016? Calcutta, India.
Yes.
She helped the poor.
Oh, Mother Teresa.
Yes.
Yes.
That is correct. And yes, a little assist from Jane Lynch. All right, my friend Marlo. Beyond the Wand is a memoir by Tom Felton, who played the blonde villain in what movie franchise? Beyond
Harry Potter?
The Wand. That is correct.
Right.
All right. Eugenia. Yes. What acrobatic troupe with shows in Vegas made Canadian Guy La Liberté a billionaire?
Cirque du Soleil?
Oh, yes, that is right. All right, our final question. It's tied. Marlo, are we you got to break this tie. Good luck.
Or we'll have to use it.
Before he was shipwrecked off the coast of North Carolina, what legendary pirate captained the Queen Anne's Revenge? Good luck.
Blackbeard?
Oh my gosh, you got it. That is correct. Do we have a tie or is it broken? You are the winner.
You are the winner.
You are the winner. Congratulations, Marlo. Marlo, you are the strongest link, and you're going home with a $500 Visa gift card. Yes. Unfortunately, Eugenia, you are the weakest link, but before we say goodbye to you, you'll be getting some Hoda and Jenna
Can't go wrong with swag.
Which has a street value of 75 cents. And don't miss the season 3 of the premiere of The Weakest Link tomorrow at 10, 9 Central, right here on NBC.
Come on, Jen! Congratulations. Y'all, thank you guys so much for playing with us. That was fun.
Coming up, the good times keep rolling. The hilarious and talented John Leguizamo. He has a very personal new project. He's going to talk to us all about it right after this.
Nice job,
guys. Jay, you sort of...
He is an Emmy and Tony Award winner and a lifelong New Yorker. We're talking about John Leguizamo.
Yeah, and if you have kids, you also have John to thank for the voices of Bruno and Encanto and Ice Age's Sid the Sloth.
Now, John's got 2 new shows out. He stars alongside Toni Collette in The Power, and he's got a new series called Leguizamo Does America, where he travels across the country and he celebrates Hispanic culture in 6 different destinations. First up, New York City.
Right here, this is the building I grew up in on apartment 4A. And it was incredible because the subway's like right there. So we'd be watching TV like a murder mystery, and they'd be about to tell you, you know, and the murderer, and I would hear. So that's how I learned how to write, because I used to have to make up my own stories. My parents were like immigrant parents, so I had to earn all my Christmas presents. I had to read the encyclopedia from A to Z, otherwise I won't get my bicycle. So I got my bicycle, and I brought it out here, and I got jumped by this kid named Johnny. He had my same name. Anyway, that was my life growing up, but it made me who I am today, right?
Welcome, John. Wow, you really read the encyclopedia to get the
Well, I had volumes. I got A to B. Yeah, and I got my bicycle. B to C to get my little piano that I wanted. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Wow. How were you raised? How would you describe the way you were brought up?
You know, my parents were like tiger Latin parents, immigrant parents, and they wanted me to overachieve. You know, because they had worked so hard. Yeah. And I told them I was going to be an actor. Like, what are you going to do? Ruin everything we worked on?
What did they want for you?
They wanted me to become like a doctor, like, you know, typical.
Yeah.
But that's not happening. That's not my calling.
This is such a cool project. What was it like, particularly, to go back to the neighborhood that raised you, the place that probably you feel, you know, at home?
Yeah, no, it's wild to go back, because I mean, I'm glad I left that neighborhood and I've made it. It shows me how far I've come, you know. But it definitely forged me, made me the man I am today, for sure.
So much of this docuseries is amazing. Well, there's a lot of food and a lot of music, and in front of us, by the way, we have these special bodega chopped cheese sandwiches. This one's from Cozy Deli in Jackson Heights in Queens.
Is this one of your favorites?
This is where you grew up.
This was invented by a Dominican guy in Spanish Harlem. Okay. It's like our version of the Philly cheesesteak.
Okay.
And it's amazing. You
Wait,
think,
what's going on in here?
Oh my gosh, this looks...
Chopped burger, chopped onions, mayonnaise, tomato. Oh my God.
Wait.
Cheese.
What? It's
cheese all
warm.
over it.
Pickles.
And it's all chopped together and grilled. It's amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Is it crazy?
Wait, Katie, did Katie do something to it?
Does this not taste like it always does?
It does.
tastes amazing.
Katie, you killed this. But Katie made mine extra hot, I think.
Is it spicy? You need water?
Because I dissed her coffee in her pastelas before.
Okay, this is so yummy. But the
That's
food
good. Katie
and
did it.
the food, John, and the music is a real part of the culture. I think it makes everyone want to lean in and be part of it.
That's what I tried to do. I wanted to. Sorry. Talk about.
Do you need water?
I do, but it's okay. I wanted to talk about Latin excellence and talk to artists and painters, politicians, people who are achieving in America and succeeding, and at the same time have a good time, celebrate our food. Because Latin people create all these little rituals for community because we love community. We love communing.
Yeah.
So we got our dance, we got our parties, our salsas, our quinceañeras. We got our cafecito that has to be just right, all those little rituals.
You know, one of the, when you think of Latin excellence, you think of Lin-Manuel Miranda, of course.
Absolutely.
He's a genius. He wrote Bruno just for you.
Thinking of you.
I mean, how lucky am I?
That is, because Bruno is one of the incredible.
And what's your relationship like with him?
Oh, he's a lovely dude, man. I mean, he felt like I inspired him when I did my one-man shows. That I showed him that a Latin man could reach excellence in writing, and in theater, and stage. And look what he did. Creates one of the masterpieces of our time, one of the biggest hits on Broadway history.
That's amazing. How do you try to, because people have stereotypes of everybody and everything. One of the goals I know of this is to sort of just show so people want to lean in. How do you cross that bridge?
Well, I mean, part of the show was to dismantle those stereotypes of Latinx, to show them what we really are, you know, all across America. We're the largest ethnic group, the oldest ethnic group in America. And we add $2.8 trillion to the U.S. GDP.
Wow.
If you were our own country, we'd be the 5th largest country, bigger than England, bigger than Italy. And we just need, you know, we need representation. We're the least represented minority in America as well. So there's a lot of imbalance. You know, we're overrepresented in the terrible jobs, but we need representation in the good jobs, in the corporate offices, in New York Times. They should have a lot more Latin names, especially in a city that's predominantly Latin.
How cool is it for you to get to use your power for good? And speaking of, I read the book, The Power.
Yes, The Power.
Wow. Are you like, I know you can't say too much, but tell us a little bit about this show.
I love this show. I mean, it's incredible. It's a speculative fiction, so it's based on a real kind of scientific facts that they put together. So young women, when they reach puberty, they grow a new organ to protect themselves because of evolution and the difficulty women have had through history. But this organ creates an electric charge like an eel does, like an eel has. And they can use it for good or for bad. And they start being rounded up because men are afraid of them, and then they escape and they take over the planet. It's amazing. It's a better planet.
Cool.
For the most part. Because power does corrupt everybody.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Two great projects.
John. Thank you.
Again,
and thank you for this.
This is so good.
That's okay. I'm gonna have another bite.
Of course.
I won't be able to talk, but you know.
There you go. All right. We should point out that your cool project is produced by NBC Studios. Leguizamo Does America. It premieres this Sunday, 10 p.m. Eastern on MS, and then it's streaming on Peacock the next day.
Yeah, you guys,
so good,
isn't this
right?
ridiculous?
It's straight from your bodega.
Oh, my, delicious.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat yours too.
You can have the one that hasn't been eaten.
My wife.
Okay, she's the woman behind the new Kerry Washington show, Unprisoned, relationship expert and best-selling author, Tracy McMillan. Right after this. Tracy! Woo, how good is that?
relationship expert Tracy McMillan's got a life story so compelling, it was literally made for TV, and she inspired the new series Unprisoned. It's starring Kerry Washington. Kerry plays a single mom who finds herself helping her father readjust to life after being incarcerated.
But way before her story hit the big screen, her TED Talk on the person you really need to marry went viral. Let's watch a little.
I've been married 3 times. Yep, 3. And divorced. And what that's supposed to mean is that I am a total failure at relationships. And that is one way to look at it, but not the only way. Because what I think really happened is that I kept marrying the wrong person. Now, it's not that I didn't, it's not that I chose bad guys. My first 2 husbands were amazing men who are now married to wonderful women who aren't me. And my 3rd husband, well, we're friends on Facebook now.
Your signature humor. It's so good to see you, Tracy.
Thank you.
I mean, you're laughing and you're entertaining everybody and you're making us all feel good. But that all comes from a place many, many, many years ago where you had a very traumatic upbringing. You were bounced back and forth to foster care. Your dad was imprisoned. We look at this successful woman sitting in this chair and we think, how?
Yeah.
Like, how does one person make that trek?
I don't think one person does. I will say I had a foster family that you see in the show, depicted in the show. Lutheran minister, his wife, their 5 kids. I lived with them for 4.5 years, and I give them credit for saving my life in many respects, because they showed me what a secure home was like, what it felt like. And it's like you take a snapshot energetically of that. I carried that with me the rest of my life. So even though all these other things happened, I have always had that as a reference point, and I'm actually still very close to that family today.
It shows you that people, every day, ordinary, extraordinary people can save lives. This show, which we got to speak to the actors about, is all about redemption and forgiveness.
It really is.
Which is sort of, this was your real life and love.
Yes.
Talk about forgiving your dad, like what that really took.
It's true. What is that? And, I think part of writing the show was about exploring that, because my dad was in for 19 years, his most recent sentence. So I knew he was coming out, and I was having to confront myself, like, what is this going to be like? How are we going to have a relationship that's not on the phone? How am I going to introduce him to my son and build a relationship there? Because I only have one dad. And, it's like, you don't want that opportunity to be lost because he made a million mistakes and because he was a very flawed person. He's actually also a very good person inside. And part of the reason I wanted to write the show is, like, I feel like people have an idea of what a career criminal is, or what a person who's been in prison is like. And then they would meet my dad and say, well, what a lovely man. And I'm like, I know.
Is forgiveness? Sometimes people say, well, I forgave that person and it's over. But sometimes it feels like forgiveness happens daily, weekly, because you have to keep forgiving, because your thoughts and your emotions are still inside you.
That's right, and you're evolving. And I feel like over time you learn more, you see more, you have more experiences that sometimes allow you to have a level of forgiveness that maybe you wouldn't have had 5 years ago.
So it wasn't anything like when you forgave him, was it a moment, or did you just say to yourself, I can't carry this anymore?
I want to say it's a series of actions. It's like a choice to look at what is highest in him, as opposed to, the character flaws that led him down that road. I think it's a very complex topic, and I loved having the show to explore all these things. It's really about humanizing me, him, my kid, everybody in the story,
One of the things that we love about you is as we saw in the TED Talk, is that you've said, I've had failed relationships, yet that does not define who I am.
No.
You're in love, though.
I am. I met my boyfriend on a plane, and now we've been in a relationship going on 3 years, and it's really been an incredible journey to find someone worthy and to, I want to say, what's different this time, right?
Yeah.
You always have to ask yourself that when you have a history. I mean, we all have a history.
Yeah.
So, and I wish I could say that I'm different. I'm not. I'm the same. But I take different actions. I take the actions that lead to secure relationship. And when you take those actions, you're not waiting for the other person to do it first.
Yeah,
You're
totally.
doing it consistently. You have a new experience in relationship. That is what I'm finding.
You've said his name. By the way, they always say you can tell if someone's in love because they keep saying his name.
Really?
Before we went on the air, you've said his name like 3 times.
Yeah.
I'm like, she does.
Yes.
She's in love.
That's really
She's
funny.
in love. Wow.
Yeah. You know, but it takes more than being in love.
Yeah.
It really is. Those actions add up, you know? Because it's all about, there's so much relationship science now.
You're going to talk about that?
Yeah.
Because we were like, she can't just come for one segment.
Yeah. Yes.
Tracy's going to stick around.
Yeah, she's got some great relationship advice coming up right after this.
All right.
Yes.
And we're back with best-selling author, relationship expert, and the host of Family or Finance, Tracy McMillan.
Yeah, she's got some dating advice. We've been waiting for this, so let's get to it. Okay, what about this question for somebody that is worried about settling?
Yes. Settling is such a big thing. I think it's not what you should be worrying about. I really don't think so. Most of the time when people think about settling, they're like, okay, I want them to have this job or look this way or whatever. None of that. That is not going to impact your relationship long term as long as the basics are there. A relationship is about choosing a primary attachment figure. And your primary attachment figure is going to determine, really, the studies are your health, the way your nervous system is regulated, your overall. So first and foremost, you want to be looking at that primary attachment piece. Is this a person that I can get my needs, attachment needs met? Not my needs for whatever my Instagram's going to look like.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I think that we just don't have that information that that's what we're choosing is an attachment figure.
That's interesting. And you have to have all the basic shared values and all those kinds of things. But sometimes when you start a relationship, you want to know these things and you don't want to waste time as you go through things. But you want to get to the heart of it. How did you do that?
Well, you know, people always ask me, like, how soon can I tell them what my, what I want in my life?
Right.
And I'm like, I think you can say it right away as long as you're not trying to get it from them. The way I think you want to communicate that is, here's where I am in my life. Here's my vision for my life. And you just share your life project. This is what I see. And then if they see something similar, then they can jump on board with you. You're not saying,
and if
I need this
away, you don't want them.
I was going to say, because if they are scared because it's too early, your thought is, oh, well.
And it's okay. You're not trying to get it from them. I think you're trying to share your life and your vision for your life with somebody rather than, I'm a blank slate and I'm trying to get you to give me a picket fence, a baby, whatever it is, you know?
Yeah, okay. So lastly, some folks spend a lot of time trying to decipher what the other person is thinking or feeling. I feel like that.
Yeah, what did that mean? Why
would you say that? Why would you do that? What's your advice just generally?
You know, I would say this. I wrote this into Unprisoned, by the way, where Edwin, the dad, says to Paige, he's like, you know, there's only 2 answers in a relationship. Yes, no, and maybe. And she said, that's 3 answers. And he's like, maybe's a no.
Maybe's a no.
Maybe's a no. And I think no answer is an answer. Unclear. Somebody who's like, I'm not clear. That's an answer.
Right.
It's not like there's a real answer behind whatever somebody is saying. It's like, if they're not sure, that means they're not sure. And you need to know that. I think it's all about how honest can I be with myself about where I am and where we are?
Yeah, I think sometimes, like, people who date the same person over and over and over again. They keep
Right.
going, it's not working, it's so weird. But
Right.
they find that's their attraction.
Right.
How do you, step out of that?
Right.
Because if you're attracted to what you're attracted to.
Right. Yes, that's true. So sometimes I think when you start to see that you are attracted to, say, unavailable people.
Yeah.
There is a sneaky way that means you're unavailable.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
And so if I can come to terms with, is this a mirror that I'm looking
Right.
into? If that's my unavailability, then
Right.
I need to work on that.
Right. Yeah.
And when I work on that, honestly, I will cease to become attracted to unavailable people, and they will not be attracted to me.
Yeah.
So you're always meeting your match out there. You have to sort of operate on that
And I
premise.
feel like everything you've said to us in the commercial break, too, is about working on yourself.
Yeah.
Which I think is so
It really
important.
is. It's working with yourself with another person
Yeah.
who also wants to work on themselves.
Totally. Yeah. Oh my gosh, come back. Tracy, that wasn't enough. And you guys, everybody watch Unprisoned. It's incredible. It's streaming right now on Hulu.
Gotta check it out. We'll be back right after this. Well, we're so happy you started your week off with us.
Yes, happy Monday. Okay, tomorrow we love her, actress and mom, Jennifer Gardner.
Plus, the powerhouse entrepreneur featured on Shark Tank, Emma Grede.
Bye, guys.
See you later.
Tomorrow's Tuesday. Bye.
Hi, I'm Al Roker, and I'm exploring iconic dishes from all across our great country, uncovering the many stories and traditions behind America's most beloved meals on my show, Family Style. Watch tonight at 9, right here on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We are cooking up some exciting things this week in the brand new Today All Day Kitchen. Up next on #Cooking, Samadada. We'll show you how to rescue any brown spotty bananas with 2 tasty treats, chocolate chip banana bread bars and a banana cream cheesecake that just happens to be dairy-free.
Welcome to #Cooking. The next time you see some nearly perished, super ripe bananas sitting on your counter, wondering what will become of their existence, like, will we get thrown away today? Don't toss them, please save them. rescue the spotty bananas, hashtag save the spotty bananas, and make these recipes. I'm gonna show you 2 of my favorite ways to use those super ripe bananas sitting on your counter. My chocolate chip banana bread bars and my banana cream cheesecake that happens to be dairy-free. Let's get hashtag cooking. Just for 1 second, okay, I want you to forget about those microwave packets of oatmeal. And we're gonna give oatmeal a glamorous moment with these chocolate chip banana bread bars. I've already preheated my oven to 375 degrees, and now all I'm going to do is prepare my pan. So what I've done here, greased it with some coconut oil so our parchment paper doesn't stick, right? So I've got that here. I'm just gonna stick it right into the pan. The coconut oil helps it stick, right? So this is nice. Make sure we're hitting all of the edges of the pan. And what's nice is that we're creating these flaps, okay? The flaps are really nice because when it's done baking, we'll be able to easily lift the batter out of the pan and have our bars all ready. What's great about using super ripe bananas in recipes is that they're naturally a lot sweeter and a lot easier to mash into different recipes. Got 2 here. We're rescuing them. We're giving them a second life, a second chance at life. They love us for this. Throwing the peels away. Gonna peel this one. Like so. Pop that in. See you later. Okay, and now we're just gonna mash. This is kind of where you can get your aggression of the day out into these bananas, okay? I wanna mash them until they're really nice and smooth. And like I said, because they're a bit riper, it's gonna be a lot softer and easier to mash. Not to mention it's gonna impart a lot of that really nice, sweet, ripe flavor of the bananas into this oatmeal bar recipe. And because they're super ripe, we're actually not gonna use a bunch of sugar to sweeten this recipe because it's gonna pull a lot of that natural sweetness from the bananas. Have I convinced you to not throw your bananas away yet? Just wondering. Okay. Really take your time here, like I am. Okay. I want no banana to feel unmashed. I want it to feel all loved and mashed, okay? All right. And you can use a potato masher here if you have that, if you like that utensil for your life. I'm just using a fork because you know what? Forks are accessible. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. I have to compliment myself on my mashing abilities. Looks pretty smooth. And now we're just gonna work on the rest of our ingredients. All right. So in this recipe, I'm using 2 eggs. So I'm gonna crack those both in here. I wanna be that type of person that does like the one-handed egg crack. I'm not that person. I'm safe. I take precautions. All right. Okay, now I'm gonna whisk the eggs and the bananas together. So everything is nice and smooth. Look at those amber yolks. It's pretty nice. Bananas and eggs whisked together. They look nice and smooth, really happy in there. Now I'm gonna add my nut butter. So I'm actually using peanut butter here, but if you have a cashew butter at home, if you have an almond butter, that's totally fine. You do you. Whatever nut butter is you're harboring in your pantry. I know I have like a million because I have a problem, but you can use that. I'm gonna slide that straight in there. Now I'm gonna mix that in. All right, and then I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil, my vanilla extract, and if you haven't noticed already, the best part about this recipe, other than giving your sad bananas a second life, is the fact that we're making everything in one bowl. Like, you can thank me later for the less dishes that you'll have to do in your life, okay? I'm just using a touch of coconut sugar. Gonna add that in there, and then some maple syrup. It's gonna really give this nice, warm, golden flavor to these oatmeal bars. Now that I've mixed all my wet ingredients together, I'm gonna grab my oatmeal, the star of the show. It's about to be super glamorous. Add it straight in here, along with some cinnamon. I love cinnamon, I think it's amazing, but you can totally use another spice if you want. You can use maybe a nutmeg if you like that better. I'll leave that choice up to you. and then some baking powder. And then I'm gonna mix everything together. Make sure everyone just becomes friends in here. Make sure we grab the edges, the sides of the bowl, incorporate it really nicely. It smells so good. Just wait till it's done baking though. That's good stuff. Okay. Now finally, this is a bit of the dessert for breakfast moment that I like to really capture in all aspects of my life, the chocolate chips. Just gonna fold these in. I will add, I don't measure these with anything but my soul. That's just how I choose to live my life, but again, you live yours the way you wanna live yours. I'm gonna fold that in, and you're probably wondering like, Sama, why do you have some of these left over? Because I wanna save some for the top. Because for me, it's not less is more. When it comes to chocolate, not a thing for me. Okay, folding this in nicely until all the chocolate chips are just really nestled in there. We want them to be cozy. Okay, perfect. Now, I love myself for being prepared. We've got our parchment lined pan, and I'm just gonna add it straight into there. So lift this up. I don't know if I mentioned this, but this is my workout for the day, this movement right here. All right, so we're gonna add this straight in there. Get everything out. Scrape the sides. Oh my God, I cannot leave that chocolate chip behind. That would be so sad. Okay. And then I'm just gonna spread it out throughout the pan so it's nice and evenly distributed. Okay, because I am me, I'm gonna add some more chocolate chips on top, just for aesthetics. I like to take nice photos of my food. It's also really fun to make it presentable and looks pretty, too pretty to eat, but not really because we will be eating it. Okay, and then the last thing that I wanna do is add a banana on top. This is again, purely for me to have some nice aesthetics for my photographs, and that's fine. That's again how I choose to live my life. So what I'm gonna do is just cut it right at the tip of the banana, slice it straight through like this, okay? And now I'm just gonna peel this off like I normally would. And then you've got two perfect halves of banana. Pretty easy. I'm gonna lift this straight out and I'm gonna place it on to my bars, like that. And then the other half. And then I'm gonna add one more for the middle. Go ahead, and again, I have a piece of oatmeal on my finger. Really didn't want to be baked. Okay, and go from the top, slice it straight down the middle. Peel this guy off. Look at that. Add that straight in there. We're gonna nestle it down nicely. Wants to feel secure, wants to feel at home. And now I'm just gonna add a little dusting of cinnamon on top, partially because I love cinnamon and partially because I want it to look really nice. Okay, now we're gonna take a little journey in the oven for about 22 to 25 minutes. Let's go. All right, hope you enjoy your time in there. All right, we've let it cool for about 10 minutes, and now, see, this is why we love being prepared with the parchment paper. We get to just lift this straight out of the pan, and then there's no oatmeal bar that's been left behind. Like that. Okay, so the best thing about these bars, other than the fact that we're saving so many bananas' lives, is that they're super portable. So I'm just gonna slice them into little bars. You can take them on the go. You can just also have a nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. You choose whatever you'd like to do. I love the corner piece. I'm just one of those people. Don't know why. Just crispy and caramelized on the edges, it's so good. Look at that, delicious. And now remember these chocolate chips that I had saved for the top? See, this is why. I'm also gonna add just a little bit of powdered sugar, just to get that nice contrast. A little bit there. Just on the rest of my bars. It's really pretty. Oh, went a little heavy-handed over there. Okay, so now I'm gonna take a few pictures of it because I didn't put that powdered sugar, that banana, those chocolate chips on for nothing. All right. There we go. I'm really getting the shot. Little video. Get the inside. Okay, you know what? I think we got the shot. It's my time to taste. I'm pretty excited about this. This is so good. You know what's really nice about this as well? It's not too sweet. So it's really great if you'd like to even add a little drizzle of honey on top, maybe a little more peanut butter, almond butter, whatever you have to kind of create this nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. It's like banana bread, but it's a little more textured from the oatmeal, and then you've got the chocolate chips that are totally giving it this like cookie dough vibe. I would eat cookie dough for breakfast, and I am kind of. Delish. You know, this has inspired me, and I have a lot more ripe bananas in my kitchen, so I think we might have to make my banana cream cheesecake. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. Okay, do you want to know something crazy about this cheesecake? You don't have to bake it. No ovens are involved. We're just gonna pop into the freezer to make it, which kind of means it's a cross between an ice cream bar and a cheesecake. Two things I really can't live my life without. So let's make it. The first thing I'm gonna do is prepare my pan with some parchment paper. So what I'm gonna do is just line it straight into the pan, and I'm creating these flaps on the sides so that it's gonna be super easy to lift the cheesecake up after it's done freezing. Just like that. And now it's ready for our crust to find a home in it. So this crust is gonna be really nice and textured. It's gonna be a little crumbly, it's gonna be crispy. Because it's gonna have a really nice creamy filling to go on top of it, I wanted to create that contrast. Everything is gonna come together in this food processor, starting with some raw almonds as the base. This is gonna give that really nice crispy, crunchy element to the crust. Gonna toss that in there. And now, to sweeten the crust up, we're gonna use some dates. I love dates, not the romantic kind, the medjool kind, okay? So we're gonna add these in. This gives a really nice caramel sweetness to the crust, and also it's gonna allow it to be a little bit sticky and pliable so we can actually just stick it straight into our pan. And now we're gonna add a little bit of creamy almond butter. That's straight inside. You can also use the peanut butter if that's what you have on hand, totally fine with me. I won't judge you. A bit of melted and cooled coconut oil going in there as well. A touch of vanilla extract. And then I like to use a little pinch of salt. This is gonna bring out that natural sweetness and create a bit of a contrast. Perfect. I'm just gonna scrape down the sides just to make sure nobody is caught, nobody is left behind, and process it again. We're looking good. We want it to be crumbly, but there's also gonna be some of those pieces that remain. Now it's time to just pack it into our pan. Okay. Oh no. It's this precious crust, precious cargo. We can't waste any of it. Now all I'm gonna do is just press it into my pan. Like this. And you wanna make sure it's evenly distributed throughout the entire pan, and you can kind of see that it's sticking together as I tend to pack it. This is gonna serve as a really nice home for our creamy, luscious cheesecake filling. It's gonna be really happy sitting on top of here. We don't want the edges of this pan to feel unloved. We want the crust to be in there too, so make sure you get those corners as well. Okay. I think this looks pretty good if I ask myself. We're done packing the crust into the pan, and now I'm gonna go grab the ingredients for our filling. secret about this cheesecake filling is that it's actually made from cashews. They're super rich and buttery, so they're the perfect ingredient to make really creamy sauces and fillings like we're gonna do in this cheesecake. But to get it there, we need to first soak them. You always want to make sure you're starting with raw cashews. These are completely raw and unsalted. And you can either soak them overnight if you have patience and time, or you can do what I did, flash soak them for 1 hour in hot water until they're nice and soft. You are not going to believe how creamy this cheesecake filling is going to be. We're starting with our raw and soaked cashews, going straight into our blender. Right in there. We're following it up with some coconut milk. I'm using full-fat coconut milk here. We're not messing around with the low-fat kind. Perfect for a really rich and creamy cheesecake filling. And I think this is a really great time to mention that this is a non-dairy recipe. I don't know if you've noticed, but all of you non-dairy folks out there, rejoice because this is for you. Time for our banana, our star. We rescued it from its fate in the trash, perhaps. All right, pop that straight in there. Just breaking it up so it's a bit easier to blend. And now we're gonna go in with our maple syrup. The ripe banana is really nice because it's super sweet already, but the maple syrup is just gonna pull it all together. I really like using maple syrup here because it's a really nice, warm, and golden contrast to those rich and creamy cashews. In there, and then a little touch of vanilla extract. Perfect. All right, we're gonna add some melted and cooled coconut oil. Just a touch. Now we're gonna add some lemon juice. This is super important because you've got rich ingredients like the cashews and the full-fat coconut milk. So we want the lemon juice to give it that zing and really balance out those rich ingredients. I'm using this to catch the seeds. At home, you can even just put your fingers underneath the lemon and then catch the seeds in your hands. Little DIY. And then to balance everything out, balance that sweetness, bring it out a little bit, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. Okay, now it's time to blend. Okay. You just really cannot believe it. It's so smooth and so creamy. I want to show you a little peek. Look at that. I'm going to taste it a little and see if I think it needs anything. Taste a bit. I'm going to add a little more lemon juice and a little more salt. You can totally adjust this to your liking. I just like a little more zing, and that salt's going to really bring out that sweetness. Okay, we're going to blend again. My fresh spoon and taste one more time. Perfect. All right, now it's time for this filling to find a home on top of our crust. And there's no dairy in this. Kind of crazy. I'm gonna grab my spatula. This is precious. You can't waste a bit. Now I'm just gonna make sure that's nice and smooth. You can even tap it a little bit to distribute it like this. Shake it around, make sure it hits all the edges. Now, I like to pretend I'm Picasso a little bit with the toppings. You can use whatever you'd like, but I'm gonna use some sliced almonds straight on top. Sprinkle them around. I'm gonna do a little bit of cinnamon. More. And finally, just a little pinch of flaky sea salt. Okay, don't be mad at me because now we have to wait a little bit. We're gonna put this in the freezer for 5 hours, but I promise you it is going to be worth it. Now I'm just gonna cover it with some plastic wrap so that it's protected. And it goes into the freezer for its kind of long journey. And then it's ready. See, patience is so worth it. I'm so excited about this. Just gonna remove my plastic wrap. Look at that. We almost don't deserve it. All right, this is why the parchment paper flaps are the best. We just lift it straight out of the pan like this. And now all I'm gonna do is slice them into little cheesecake bars. What you can also do is slice them into fingers as well if you want more of a bite-sized snack. I'm gonna go ahead for the full picture, the full bar. Look at this. I just have to show you. Can you believe that there's no dairy in this? Looks so creamy. Right, that's for me. This is my slice. I am so excited to dig into this. All right, here I go. It's simply not even fair. It's so creamy. It's such a great way to use the nearly perished banana that's been sitting on your counter. Creamy, you would never have any idea there wasn't any dairy in this. You know what? I really wish I could eat all of these myself, and I probably would, but I'm gonna be a little nice. I'm gonna send a picture to some friends and see if they wanna have some. Yes, they usually do. No one really ever says no. I mean, why would you? Wouldn't make sense, it's so good. I think I'm gonna deliver some to their houses. I'm such a good friend. Ready? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go after you. Okay. Okay, Sue. Guess what I brought you? Your favorite banana cream cheesecake. I made it for your birthday.
Oh, this is my favorite. Thank you.
You're welcome. I did the same like date and almond crust that you like. It kind of does. Let's get a smoothie on top of it. Two Dadas eat. Two Dadas eat. Dada eats. Two Dada eats. Dada eats squared. Dada eats. Eh? Dada eats is.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Hey, Today All Day, coming up on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada is sharing her favorite dinner recipes that also make great leftovers. If you happen to be dining solo, these weeknight meals are hearty, healthy, and best of all, pretty easy to make, and you'll have a lot to share.
I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. Sometimes it kind of feels like you need an occasion to cook. But guess what? You don't need to be going to a dinner party to make delicious food for yourself. Because you know what? A party for one? It's hashtag still a party. So I'm gonna show you how to get this party started with my delicious, flavorful best dal ever and a crunchy, creamy kale salad. Dal is a staple in Indian cooking. It was always on my dinner table growing up, thanks to my mom. My mom and I still shop for our lentils at Indian markets, but you can get them wherever you get your groceries. Little tip for cooking lentils, super important to always rinse them before you cook them. You want to rinse them until the water runs clear so we get rid of any debris, and then we're going to soak them. This will allow it to cook faster, and you can soak them either overnight or at least up to 30 minutes. I have my pre-soaked lentils here, and now all I'm going to do is drain the water out, like so. Get any residual lentils out. Can't leave any behind. They'll feel left out. Okay, we're gonna let these hang out for a bit while we prepare the base of our dal. I've heated my stove to medium heat, and now I'm just gonna add a little bit of olive oil, let that heat up, and then I'll work on my onions, garlic, and ginger. Adding a bit of olive oil here. Let that heat up. And now, I'm gonna talk about my aromatics. So, onions, garlic, and ginger. I cannot imagine any dal without these basic ingredients. They're the aromatics that really impart a lot of flavor. It's gonna become really deep and rich and flavorful, especially when paired with a fat like olive oil. I've got one whole onion that I've diced here, and I'm just gonna add it into my oil. We love that sizzle. And I just wanna saute the onions until they're nice and tender and translucent. I'm adding them separately away from the ginger and garlic because I don't want these guys to burn while I cook them with onions. So while my onions are cooking, I'm gonna work on my ginger and garlic. By work on, I mean grate them. I'm using 5 cloves of garlic here because I love a garlic moment. If that scares you, you can take it down a notch, but I'm always gonna keep it up a notch. I'm just grating this on a microplane until they're nice and really fine. Grating the garlic this fine is gonna allow it to impart a lot of flavor onto this dal, especially when paired with those onions. I'm gonna be grating these forever. Don't neglect your onions, okay? You wanna make sure these are happy too. Love garlic. I love garlic. No shame in my garlic game. That's why I'm adding 5. 5 cloves. We're starting off strong. This recipe is truly one of my favorite plant-based meal options because it's super flavorful, but it's also packed with protein from the lentils, really warming spices. It's one of my favorites. I can't believe I'm microplaning and also looking at a camera. I love that for me. Okay, garlic there. Now it's time for our ginger. Again, we can't neglect our onions. We want them to be tender and translucent and a little bit golden before we add the garlic and the ginger, just so we have already some caramelization going on before we hit the garlic and onions. Microplaning the garlic and the ginger is nice because it almost forms this paste, so it's gonna be really easy to cook in with our onions as well. Going with my ginger. Ginger is super healthy for you, and actually so is garlic. I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. I know my heart is warm too. Don't worry, I'm still grating this ginger. You can leave, I'll still be here grating ginger. This is why I have only one bicep on my right arm. Because of my ginger grating skills. When you cook the onions and garlic and ginger in a fat like olive oil, it's gonna really break down those flavors so it becomes super flavorful and aromatic. We want that when we're pairing it with something like a dal. I'm all done with my ginger. Got my ginger, garlic, minced, grated situation here. My onions are looking tender, translucent, a little golden around the edges. So now it's the perfect time to add my ginger and garlic. You can see how it's kind of a paste. This is gonna be great for that flavor. I'm gonna cook the garlic and ginger in with the onions until all of the flavors really incorporate and it starts to brown a little bit. It smells so good. Now that my garlic and ginger have started to brown in with the onions, I'm gonna add my masala, or my spices. My favorites to use here are my cayenne, my turmeric, cumin, and coriander. It's really important that you do roast these spices because you don't want that raw smell or that raw taste. You want it to be super well browned so that it's aromatic. It smells so good. Now that my masala smells really nice, excuse me. Now that my masala smells really nice and toasty, I'm gonna go ahead and add my tomato paste. I'm using tomato paste here because I really like to impart that really deep tomato flavor, and when you brown this tomato paste, it's gonna taste so good. When you're cooking the tomato paste, you want it to turn a very deep, dark red brick color. And again, nobody likes that raw tomato taste or smell, so you wanna really cook it through. Now that I've cooked my tomato paste in with my masala, it's time to add my crushed tomatoes. I'm using canned tomatoes here. There is no shame here. I love a canned tomato. I love convenience. You can use diced tomatoes as well. I love a canned tomato moment. I think especially if you're cooking for one, there's no reason why you shouldn't use what's already in your pantry. You want to cook these tomatoes for about 3 to 5 minutes until they reduce and darken in color. Cooking the tomatoes in with the onions, garlic, ginger, and spices is going to allow it to be a lot more flavorful. Lentils themselves don't have a ton of flavor on their own, so that's why adding all of these different ingredients and spices is going to be really delicious for the actual dal itself. I'm going to season with a bit of salt and pepper here. Now I'm going to add some vegetable broth. And now we're going to add some coconut milk. Instead of using a cream or a ghee or a butter, we're using coconut milk to give that same really delicious creamy flavor, but without the dairy. Now we're just waiting for it to come to a boil. We're just waiting. We're a little impatient, but we're waiting. We're almost there. We're making progress. I love adding coconut milk to lentils because it makes them super creamy. It looks like we're boiling. Now that we're boiling and in business, I'm gonna reduce to a simmer and let it cook for 5 more minutes. Smells so good. Now we're gonna add our lentils. We're gonna simmer this for about 30 minutes until the lentils are soft and the curry gets really nice and thick. It looks so creamy already. Just wait till it's done though. All right, see you later. Been about 30 minutes, so you know what that means. My dal should be ready. It's looking so nice, so thick and delicious, but there are a couple more things that I want to add. I'm gonna add in a little bit of sneaky spinach. This is not really traditional, but I do like to sneak some greens in where I can. Just chopped it up. Gonna add that straight in there and stir it up until it wilts. Going in there. So you're just gonna stir the spinach in until it wilts. Look at how thick that is. It looks so good. And the green adds some nice contrast to the red and yellow lentils, so it looks really aesthetically pleasing as well. Ooh, it looks so pretty. I'm also gonna add some fresh lemon juice, just for some acidity. You've got a lot of heavy flavors here, so it's really nice to add a bit of tang at the end. Straight into my pot. We love a little lemon zing. Mix that lemon juice straight in there. I'm gonna finish this all off by adding some fresh cilantro. The tender stems are okay, but I like to remove the thicker stems because those are a bit more bitter. You can totally chop this if you'd like, but I'm just gonna tear it roughly. So I kind of like those big pieces of cilantro. Oh, it's so pretty. Almost too pretty to eat. Keyword almost. And now it's time for me to serve myself. This dal is super versatile because you can eat it straight up as a soup, or you can also serve it with some naan or some rice. Look at how thick that is too. Ooh, it's so creamy. Here's my sneaky spinach. Can't leave them behind. And then to garnish, I'm just gonna add a little bit more cilantro on top. Just a little for the picture, you know? This looks so pretty. I have to send a picture to my mom. She's gonna be so proud of me. Oh, and I gotta get that naan and rice in there too. This is such a party for one. Like, I love this for me. This is an amazing dish because it stores really well too, so you can totally freeze it or keep it in the fridge for up to a week. I think it is time for me to taste it. I'm gonna go in straight up. I think my mom and I need to have a dal off. It was really good. I think this would impress her. Don't mind me while I take another few bites of this dal, but next I'm going to show you a kale salad that you are absolutely going to love. So good. You might be thinking, another kale salad? Sama, did we really need another kale salad? And to that, I say yes, we need this one. It is my favorite creamy, crunchy, savory kale salad that's really gonna make you want to eat your greens. The first step that we're gonna do to make this salad is make our croutons. This is a great way to use up any of your leftover stale bread. Your stale bread is not destined for the trash, it's destined to be croutons. All right, here's my loaf of bread. I'm just gonna slice this up, dice it a bit, and then we're gonna season it. When you're slicing bread, always remember to use a serrated knife so that I can cut through the bread a lot easier. So I really like nice, thick, and crunchy croutons, so I'm gonna cut the bread slices pretty thick so we can get it there. Should be good. Now I'm just gonna dice up these slices of bread. There's nothing better than a crouton in a salad. It really just adds that nice, crunchy, savory element. Plus, I will really just eat bread like whenever I can get an opportunity. this is a great opportunity. Sourdough croutons are my favorite because it's got that nice tang, and with the savory elements that we're gonna add, like the spices, it's gonna be so good. I'm one of those people that likes the end piece of a loaf of bread. They exist. I'm one of them. Now that I've got my croutons, all I'm gonna do is drizzle them with some olive oil and then season with salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Seasoning with some salt, some pepper. You can use your favorite seasonings here as well, but I love these 3. Now I'm just gonna toss them. And you know what? This is a dinner for one, me being the one. So I'm just gonna toss this with my hands. Make sure the olive oil and spices really nicely coat the bread. These look nice and evenly seasoned, so now I'm just gonna transfer them to my parchment lined pan. I wanna make sure that these are nice and spread out so they get a really crisp and even bake. So I might even reserve some of these to bake off later so I can get that nice crisp crouton. Now I'm just gonna throw them in the oven for 10 to 15 minutes at 425 degrees. Make sure you stir them once during baking. Well, guess what? My croutons are done. They look nice and golden and crisp. So I'm just gonna let them hang out and cool while I make my dressing. For the base of my salad dressing, I'm using tahini. If you don't know what tahini is, it's simply sesame seeds that have been ground up into a paste that's similar in texture to a peanut butter. It is my favorite savory grounding base for sauces and dressings. To my tahini, I'm gonna add a little bit of mustard, just for a bit of flavor. I'm gonna add some extra virgin olive oil, just a little. I'm gonna add some fresh lemon juice to this dressing to balance out the earthiness of the tahini. I also love a little tang in my dressings. It's gonna be so good. You want your salad dressing to be really bright and flavorful, especially when we're pairing it with a tougher green like a kale. All right, my lemon is in. I'm gonna whisk this a bit. Now I'm gonna add some of my spices. Got some freshly ground black pepper. Some salt. And for a little bit of spice, this seems to be the trend, some red pepper flakes. Now I'm just gonna whisk all of this together. You'll notice that this dressing is starting to seize, which means that it's becoming a little bit difficult to mix. So all we're gonna do is add a little bit of cold water to help everything come together. You can add more or less water to get the dressing to your desired consistency. To me, a tahini-based dressing is really similar to a Caesar dressing, so I really like to use it on kale because there's nothing better than a really delicious kale Caesar. Look at how creamy this is. And no dairy. This looks really delicious and creamy to me. So I'm gonna set this aside and get to work on my kale. To prepare my kale, all I'm gonna do is remove these tough stems. I don't love these stems because they're a little bit too fibrous, so I really don't want them at my party. You can just tear it straight off and discard the stems. You could use a knife to chop this up, but tearing it is a lot more fun. Kale is a really good salad green because it's got all of these ridges that allow the dressing to really get all up in there. See ya. I like to keep the kale in bigger pieces here because when I marinate it in the dressing, it's gonna wilt down a little. I'm a kale whisperer. We're making kale fun again. Really? You thought you didn't need another kale salad? You were wrong. This is the only kale salad you'll ever need. And I'm not biased at all. This is completely impartial. It's not like this is my favorite kale salad or anything. Again, you could have definitely used a knife, but I just made the life choice not to. It's a lot more fun to tear it. Just gonna add my kale to my bowl. And this is where this dinner for one party gets really fun. I get to become a kale masseuse. I'm gonna add this dressing into my kale and just massage it so the dressing gets all up into the ridges of the kale. Pouring that dressing straight in there, okay? And now I'm just gonna use my hands, they are clean, and massage my kale. Massaging your kale is super important because it helps to break down those tough fibers in the kale, and it really gets the dressing all evenly coated inside the kale. Look at it. The dressing is already coating it super nicely and it's becoming even softer. Okay, I got a little bit too excited massaging the kale, so now I'm gonna go rinse my hands off. The kale has really had a nice massage. It's feeling super zen, so it's time to set it aside and I'm gonna prepare my add-ins. So I'm adding some tomatoes into the salad to add those really nice bursts of sweetness, and it's gonna complement both the kale and the dressing really nicely. You can use grape tomatoes here, you can use cherry tomatoes. I find that these are a lot nicer and sweeter, so that's why it's gonna be a great complement to this kale salad. That kale is so lucky though, it got a super long massage. My favorite part about this kale salad is that you've got a lot of crunchy elements like these sunflower seeds and the croutons, and some creamy elements like these beans and avocado. So I'm gonna go ahead and dice my avocado. So pretty. To dice this, I'm gonna dice it in the skin. So I'm just going to create the dicing inside, so it makes it a lot easier to scoop right out and into my salad. I'm creating little hashtags in honor of hashtag cooking, and then I'm gonna add it into my salad. Scoop it straight out. Make sure you get all the way to the peel, to the skin, so that you can remove the avocado easily, like so. Okay, this avocado is a bit resistant. It's fine. All right, another half. Now we're moving on to another creamy component, my beans. These are gonna be really delicious because they're gonna add some protein, but also be super velvety and creamy in the salad. Add these straight in. I'm using white beans or cannellini beans here, but you can use whatever bean you'd like. Now I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds for another crunchy textural element. I'm gonna reserve some for the top. You can even use pumpkin seeds here if you'd like. And finally, for my croutons. Perhaps the reason you're interested in the salad in the first place? So these guys? I won't tell. I'm like kind of there with you. I'm just kidding, I love everything in this salad. I'm gonna reserve some croutons for the top as well, just to get that crunchiness. Now I'm gonna toss. Now I'm just gonna toss my salad together. There's so many fun elements going on here. It's a very exciting salad. And it's kind of pretty too. You got the tomatoes, which are nice and bright. Avocado. To finish it off, I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds on top. We're a little bit about aesthetics here, not gonna front. And some croutons too. And this is my kale salad dinner for one, which also means that I can eat out of this bowl and no one's really gonna know or care because it's just me. This is such a glamorous kale salad that I cannot eat it without taking a picture first. This will inspire any kale hater or kale skeptic to eat their kale, I promise. Just try it out. Now it's my turn to try it out. And even if I don't finish this all right now, this stores super well because it's just gonna marinate in its dressing for longer and get even more flavorful. Here I go. You just gotta get a little bit of everything. Some of the kale, the crouton, the tomato. Maybe it's too much for me to get a bit of everything, but I'm gonna try. Okay. I really am trying to get a bit of everything and it's not gonna work. Will it work? Okay. Here I go. Yeah. I mean, crunch from the sunflower seeds. Wait, I need a crouton. Really crunchy. So good. Can you hear that? You can hear that? You know what? I think there are gonna be a lot of kale converts after they try the salad.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Oh, Today All Day, looking for a hot and delicious date? Who isn't? Up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada is taking you on a date with dates. And it'll be hard not to fall in love. First up, she's making the perfect sweet and salty snack, miso almond date bites. Then she's gonna whip up a creamy date shake. And then to top it off, a French toast smothered in a gooey date caramel.
I do get hangry sometimes, shockingly. You would think because I'm always cooking I never get hangry, but you know what? It just happens to the best of us. I have been dating for a long time, and no, it's not what you're thinking. I have been eating dates for a long time. I grew up around them, especially during Ramadan when we would eat them to break our fast. And since then, I've been absolutely hooked, and I hashtag cannot stop dating. I want you to be just as obsessed with dating as I am, so I'm gonna show you 3 of my favorite recipes. First up, we've got my miso almond date bites, which are salty and sweet. Then I'm gonna show you how to make my super simple vegan date shake. And finally, we're gonna make my favorite French toast with an almond butter date caramel. When you're shopping for dates, let me tell you something important. Make sure you're looking for the medjool variety. These are a lot sweeter and chewier than their other counterparts, which tend to be a bit drier and not as great to bake with, or cook with, or eat as a snack. I like to eat these plain as well, which is why I look for a nice, delicious, chewy, sweet medjool date, because you want something that's a nice, sweet snack, but you don't want anything that's dry. These miso almond crunch bites have everything going for them. They've got some umami from the miso, some crunch from the almonds. They're the perfect snack to keep in the fridge for when you want something a little sweet, but you still want to eat something wholesome. I'm putting in a solid amount because I love a date. These are gonna act as a really nice base, a really sweet and chewy base. It's gonna allow these bites to stick together, and we're not gonna add any other sugar. I think that's way too many, but I don't care. So I got my dates in my blender, and now I'm gonna add my almonds. I'm using just raw almonds here. These are gonna add the nice crunch to these bites. We love a lot of texture here. Now, to seal the deal, to seal those almonds in, I'm gonna add a little bit of almond butter. You can feel free to use a peanut butter or cashew butter. If you have any other butter in your pantry, feel free to use it. The almonds and the almond butter make this snack super wholesome and delicious. Now, we're gonna add some shredded coconut. Make sure you use the unsweetened variety here because the dates are already gonna add a lot of sweetness to the snack. So pretty. We're gonna add a little vanilla extract, just for a little vanilla. And finally, I'm gonna add some white miso paste. This is made from fermented soybeans, and I know what you're thinking. You're thinking about miso soup. Stop that train of thought, halt it right there. This is just gonna add some nice umami flavor and balance out that really nice sweet date and almond combination. Gonna finish this off with a little pinch of salt just to bring everything together. Pull out that sweetness. Little pinch, not too much. And then we're ready to blend. Are you ready? I'm ready. Feel free to scrape down the sides if you need to. I need to. Just to get everything nicely incorporated. What you're looking for with this dough is to have some nice texture. So we don't need everything to be completely pulverized. Totally fine if we have some little bigger or smaller pieces of almonds. That's just gonna really contribute to the crunch. This is what we're looking for. As you can see, it's a bit thick, it's a bit sticky. This is gonna be great because it's gonna help us form it into our little bites. I wish you could smell this. It's like warm and salty and sweet, and I haven't even tasted it yet. Okay. I'm using a really cute cookie scoop here. We want it to be just shy of about a size of a golf ball, but you can make them bigger or smaller if you'd like. I like a little bite-sized bite I can just grab from the fridge when I want something a little sweet and salty. As you can see, this is what we're looking for. You can see a little piece of date here. You've got some different sizes of almond pieces. This is good. We like this. We like texture. It's a work of art. We love this bite. Look at how cute. First one done. My biggest struggle with no-bake recipes like this one is that it really is a challenge to get everything to the parchment paper before I eat it all. But I'm doing okay so far. I did sneak a little bite though. Don't tell anyone. The dates make it really nice and sticky to form into a little ball as well, which is really great. They add a little sweetness. They allow it to adhere together. See, this is why I love dating. Look at that. Super cute. I always have this in my fridge or freezer because I'm always a little hungry. I always like to snack, so this is really nice to know. I feel secure when I have this in my freezer or fridge. We're almost at the end. There's a light at the end of this blender tunnel. Pretty good. Just rolled out all of my dough into these cute little bites. And now I'm just gonna let them nap in the fridge for a little bit just to firm up while I melt my chocolate. Look at that. My little date bites have woken up from their nap in the fridge, and I think it's time to add some chocolate. I've melted my chocolate already, as you know. And now I'm just gonna do a really nice, cute drizzle. If you want a little more chocolate, if you want a little desserty vibe, feel free to completely submerge them. I'm just gonna do a nice little drizzle here. Look how smooth and melty that chocolate is. Look at that. All right, I'm gonna start drizzling. You don't need too much on your spoon. Go a little light-handed so you can get a nice, cute, delicate drizzle. Or you can go full force, do a really heavy drizzle. Whatever is up to you. The reason I like melting chocolate with coconut oil is that it makes the chocolate really smooth and nice, really drizzleable. I just make up words, honestly, at this point. Got my own dictionary, drizzleable. Makes it easier to drizzle. Feeling like you want more of a chocolate moment, feel free to completely submerge. Take them for a swim. I will not judge you. In fact, I'll support you all the way. If you're getting fancy, you can even do a little crisscross action like this. I mean, come on. Picasso called. He wants his date balls back. All right, last one. They look so cute. And now I have one final little step. Just gonna add a little flaky sea salt on top. It's gonna bring out that chocolate. It's gonna balance out the sweetness. I love using flaky sea salt over my entire life. You ready? Just a little. It also looks really pretty too. Those big chunks of flake salt, so pretty, it's a little fancy. These bites are gonna take another little nap in the fridge for about 30 minutes. I want this chocolate to firm up and then they'll be ready to eat. What a successful nap. I mean, look at this, so pretty. You've got that nice chocolate drizzle, a little salty contrast. You know what? I should probably take a picture of them before I dig in, so I'm gonna do that. They look too cute not to. Just straight on the tray. Real life action, you know? I've got to commend my own drizzling skills. I just have to have a moment for myself. Okay. I think I'm ready to taste. You know, I thought I was gonna plate them. I had this already, but I'm just gonna eat them straight from the tray because I can't wait. I just can't wait. Okay, here I go. Mmm. Look at that little almond piece in there. So sweet. The dates, it's definitely in my teeth. The dates are so nicely sweet. The almonds add substance, a little crunch. That chocolate on top just seals everything together. And the salt brings all of the flavors out. And that miso, and gives this sort of savory undertone. There's a little salt, just trying to pick up the salt. No salt left behind, you know what I'm saying? These are so good. You guys have to try these. You guys have to try these.
Really good?
Little crunch.
It's the best tasting fruit.
Yeah? Yeah, it is. So, have I convinced you to eat more dates yet? No? Okay, that's kind of crazy. Well, challenge accepted. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients for my irresistible date shake and show you how it's done. Not to brag or anything, but there are a lot of date farms in my home of Southern California. And with the date farms comes date shakes. I wanted to make a super creamy and delicious date shake, but without any of the dairy. But shh, don't tell anyone. They'll never know. Okay, I've got to preface this recipe by telling you something. It is so easy to make, you'll never believe it. I'm just gonna add all of my ingredients into my blender, and it does all the work for me. I've got my dates here. They're pitted. Don't leave any pits in there. That may not end well for you. Adding them straight into my blender. To make that super creamy milkshake vibe, I am using frozen bananas. This is a great way to rescue any of your ripe or nearly perished bananas that have just kind of been sitting on your counter for a while. Freeze them, make banana bread with them, make this date shake, super versatile. Also, when you're freezing your bananas, make sure to just cut them up into cute little slices like this. It'll make it a lot easier to blend. I like the nice little ice cream vibe that these bananas will give this date shake. Super good and flavorful. And the bananas add even more natural sweetness. In we go. A couple more things I'm adding. Some vanilla extract. And because I really want to feel hugged by this date shake, I'm going to add cinnamon because we all know cinnamon is like a hug in spice form. You know? Do you agree with me? I agree with me. Adding my cinnamon. Perfect. Now to blend everything together, I'm going to use some unsweetened almond milk. You can totally use another non-dairy milk option. An oat milk or a coconut would be really nice here as well. Adding my almond milk into my blender. Beautiful. Now all we do is blend. Wasn't that so easy? Kind of crazy. I shouldn't have, but I did. Here we go. Prepare yourselves. I'm really excited because I think we're done. Now all I'm gonna do, pour it into my glass and enjoy. Okay. I mean, look how creamy that is. That was it. That was our recipe. I need to send a picture to my parents. They're still in Southern California. They'll be really jealous. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now I get to drink it. So thick. It's too good. It's crazy that this is a plant-based milkshake. It's so creamy. It's so velvety, but there's no milk in it. We love a vegan date shake vibe. So good. Cute. This is so good. I could eat this forever. Eat it, drink it. I could drink it forever. My final recipe that really celebrates the magic of dates is an almond butter date caramel that you will want to put over your entire life, but we're just gonna put it on some French toast. I'm gonna go clean my blender and get the ingredients. In college at Berkeley, whenever I went to breakfast with my friends, they would always go for the Eggs Benedict, the veggie omelets, but for me, I only had eyes for the French toast. There was a restaurant pretty close to campus called La Note that had one of the best French toasts I've ever had. It had a really nice and sweet, crisp exterior, and I knew I wanted to replicate something just like that in my own kitchen, but with a twist. So, inspired by the French toast of my dreams, we are going to be making a French toast with an almond butter date caramel. We're going to start by making an almond butter date caramel that is so luscious you will want to drown your entire life in it. But today we're just going to put it on some French toast. Let's start. Added some dates in my blender. We're going to add a little bit of almond butter. The almond butter is going to balance out the sweetness of the dates really nicely. To sweeten this up a little further and to add a little bit more of that caramel undertone, we're going to add some coconut sugar. To make a super luscious and velvety caramel, we're going to add some vanilla almond milk. I'm using vanilla here, but if you don't have a vanilla, if you just have it unsweetened, you can add a little touch of vanilla extract. My blender is truly my kitchen BFF, so now all we're going to do is blend it right up. And caramel will await us on the other end of this. Okay, I think we're looking good. Look at how luscious that is. And of course, a traditional caramel is made by heating sugar up on a stove, but this is my version of a caramel that uses dates. Now you can see why I want to put this over my entire life. Our almond butter date caramel is ready. All it needs now is some French toast, so I'm going to go grab the ingredients to make it. It's time to make our French toast. I've got all of the usual suspects here. My eggs, my cinnamon, my vanilla extract, and I also have some milk. I'm using almond milk here, but you can use your favorite. Gonna crack 2 of my eggs into my beautiful little pie dish here. Cute. Perfect. I'm going to whisk my eggs together until you don't see any separation between the yolks and the white. Really putting my entire body into this. Whisking eggs, morning workout, perfect. French toast, workout of your day, okay, I'm on board. Okay. This looks nice and smooth. Now I'm gonna add some of my almond milk. Vanilla extract. Vanilla extract for me is a must when I'm making French toast. I just love that little extra sweetness, that little essence, really brings it to life. Little pinch of cinnamon now. We want this to be super smooth, super uniform. It's gonna be a nice little bath for our slices of bread. Okay. I'm gonna add a little coconut oil to my pan, let it melt, and then that's gonna be perfect for me to fry the bread in. Time to dredge our slices of bread in my little mixture here. I'm using sourdough bread here because I love that tangy taste. It's my favorite kind of bread. We're gonna let the bread really soak up that egg mixture. And by the way, French toast is a great use for your stale bread. So if you got any stale bread in your pantry, it's time to make some French toast. Gonna flip this over. Make sure it really soaks up all of that goodness. It smells really good already, which I know is crazy because we haven't even cooked it. One last step before I cook my French toast. I'm gonna add a little sprinkle of coconut sugar on both sides because I want that really sweet crispness on the exterior. Look at that. It's gonna get some nice color as well. Now we're going straight to my pan. You know what? No harm in adding a little extra sugar on top. So we want to cook these until they're nice and cooked through, golden brown on both sides, about 3 to 5 minutes per side. This is a great brunch recipe, a great breakfast recipe, and honestly, a great dinner recipe too. Like, who are we kidding? We can have French toast for dinner. There are no rules. I like pan frying these in coconut oil as well because I think it plays really nicely with that coconut sugar. All right, we are going to flip. You know, I consider myself a patient person, but then when I'm cooking French toast, I'm like, hurry up. Can't wait all day. It's not even that long. I don't know why I'm being so dramatic. Just gonna flip my second piece. Look at that color. Looking so golden. Ready for a photo, ready for some caramel, some date caramel. All right, these are looking beautiful. I'm gonna transfer them to my plate. So I'm hungry. Do we think they're ready for their caramel? I think they're ready. All right. It's thick, it's luscious. I'm gonna be generous here. Nothing wrong with a little thick drizzle. Gotta dip in for some more. I really just went for it. I was trying to be delicate before, and now I'm just straight up going for it. I like having a little pool of caramel on the side. It looks really delicious. I'm gonna add some berries just to sidle up next to that date caramel, sit on top of it. They kind of stick nicely onto that caramel too. A little powdered sugar. You can't tell me you don't want this. You just can't tell me you don't want it. It looks so pretty. I think La Note would be proud. I should probably send them a picture. Maybe I'll slide into their DMs. Oh, it looks so pretty. The almond butter caramel, while delicious, it is a brown color, and so is bread. So by adding pops of color like these berries, that powdered sugar, just really brings all of those colors and flavors to life. I'm going in. I'm immediately overwhelmed. I don't know where to go. Okay, here we go. We're going for it. Gonna get a nice little crust. Add a berry. Okay. Bon appetit. I need a minute. That date caramel is like the best sub for a maple syrup. It's so much more flavorful, more complex. Those dates and the coconut sugar create this really nice marriage of sweetness. I love using sourdough here too because it's sour, it's kind of tart. Because it's so fermented, it goes so well with the sweetness of the caramel. The berries really make everything pop. I mean, I'm not trying to have like a French toast off with La Note, but I don't know. I think I might. And don't get me wrong, I love maple syrup. Sometimes we like switching it up. I love snacking on dates. They're my favorite thing ever. But this almond butter date caramel really shows how many things dates can do. We just love to date dates. They can do it all.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Oh, Today All Day, summer's officially here, so get outside, do something fun. Up next, Sama Dada is sharing the ultimate menu for a perfect picnic party in the park.
This is sort of like playing with Play-Doh, but it tastes good and it's edible. Play-Doh is not edible, I don't think. Play-Doh is edible? No. Why? There's no way. I just learned that Play-Doh is edible. Don't eat it though. That's disgusting. Just eat these instead. In the summer months especially, it's really nice to get outside and take advantage of your local parks. And listen, I am your dream picnic guest because I never come without the most important thing, food. So I'm gonna show you how to make 2 of my favorite recipes for your next #picnic party, my easy homemade turmeric hummus, and my favorite spiced chickpea burgers with the delicious red pepper sauce. Some may say it's sacrilegious to make hummus with canned chickpeas, but you know what? Convenience is a gorgeous thing, and you can still get a really delicious result with the canned chickpeas that have been sort of hibernating at the back of your pantry for quite some time. If you're freaked out at all by making hummus at home, just don't be, because you know what? All you need to make it is a blender. So let's start. Starting with my canned chickpeas, adding these straight to the blender. They're so cute. I'm gonna go ahead and add my tahini. You cannot have hummus without tahini. It is like peanut butter and jelly, you know what I mean? So don't forget it. You just simply can't have hummus without it. It makes it nice and earthy and creamy and flavorful. Okay. You've got those really savory flavors from that tahini, from the chickpeas, so now we need a little bit of tartness, and that's where our lemon juice comes in. Just gonna roll the lemon to release some of that juice. Lemon juice going straight in my blender. It's gonna make this hummus really bright and zingy. I will warn you, once you learn how to make this hummus at home, you may never go back to store-bought. I'm sorry, but I'm just not sorry. Perfect. Lemon is done. Now I'm gonna add in my garlic. I like using raw garlic here because it has a really punchy, flavorful taste, and we want all of that flavor in this hummus. Here's where we really spice it up, okay? We're gonna add my 3 favorite spices. I'm adding some cumin. Adding some paprika for a little hint of smoke and spice. And what would this turmeric hummus be without turmeric? It doesn't make sense. So I'm adding my turmeric in. Another reason I wanted to make a turmeric hummus is because of that gorgeous yellow color. So that's really gonna give that hummus that bright pop. It's gonna look really good on your table, I promise. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of salt and some freshly ground black pepper. Now I'm just gonna blend. In order to get this hummus super smooth, we're gonna add a little bit of water, tablespoon by tablespoon, until it reaches our desired consistency. For me, that's very smooth and velvety and luxurious. Starting with just a bit. The trick with this hummus to get it super velvety smooth is when you reach your desired consistency, blend it for an extra 3 or 4 more times. That's gonna make it even more smooth. Like, look at that. Oh my God, I cannot wait. Let me just adjust to taste. See if it needs anything. I mean, come on. It's perfect. I'm gonna add the hummus into my bowl. Have you ever seen anything this smooth in your life? No, right? Okay. Now, let me show you how to adorn this hummus. I'm gonna smooth it out. I created a little swoosh so that the olive oil and spices have a little home. Drizzle some olive oil on top. Sprinkling with a little bit of za'atar. If you don't know what za'atar is, it's a Middle Eastern spice blend with sumac, sesame seeds, and another host of spices. It's so good. If you don't have za'atar, don't worry, you can totally omit it, but I think it tastes amazing with it. I'm gonna add a touch of paprika just for a little color. This works as a nice contrast to that bright yellow that the turmeric gives this hummus. I mean, look at how pretty that is, right? But we're not done yet. I have this gorgeous platter of fresh vegetables here, and I'm just gonna cut them and adorn them around my hummus. If you don't feel like slicing your veggies yourself, no worries. You can buy it pre-cut. I've got some time on my hands. I mean, this is art. Monet? Is that you? It's me. I think I made a masterpiece. I'm not trying to be conceited, but like, are we all looking at the same thing here? Doesn't this make you want to be one of my picnic guests? Maybe? So pretty. Need to take a picture. My phone really does eat first. I know that's cliche, but it's true. Oh my God, I was immediately taken aback by how pretty this looked. I cracked myself up. I'm taking like 20,000 pictures. I think 12 would have been fine, but okay. I think I got the shot. Can confidently say I got the shot. I'm gearing up. Okay. This is the most both exciting and tragic part of making hummus, is that part where you ruin the art. But it's okay. This is what it's for. Okay, I'm going in. Did that make you all feel things? Because I just felt really emotional. Okay, ready to taste. It's so good. Something so flavorful paired with a simple, crisp vegetable, just like, these vegetables just got a glow up. Thanks to this hummus, it's art. It's art. No picnic would be complete without a sandwich, so I'm gonna show you how to make my favorite chickpea burger with a red pepper sauce. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. To turn your favorite hummus into my red pepper special sauce, first cut 2 peppers in half and de-seed them. Then roast the red peppers at 450 degrees for about 25 minutes. After removing the peppers from the oven, they'll need to be steamed for 10 to 15 minutes. You can do this by inverting a glass bowl over the peppers onto a cutting board. Sealing the peppers creates steam, making it easier for the skins to peel right off. Remove the pepper peels and discard. Yep, they're a little slippery. Roughly chop the red peppers into large pieces. Add 2 cups of your favorite hummus to a high-speed blender. Homemade or store-bought will do just fine. Now, drop in your roasted red peppers. Blend the mixture until it's well combined and super smooth. Now, this special sauce is ready to be spread on anything your heart desires. Having a good veggie burger recipe in your back pocket is sort of like having your best friend on speed dial. It's pretty useful. And I don't know if people are really using speed dial anymore, but you get the point. My chickpea burgers are deliciously spiced, they're super hearty, and they're perfect for when you want something substantial that still happens to be plant-based. First things first, I want this burger to have a lot of complex layers of flavor, so I'm gonna saute some onion and garlic to put in it. Just gonna dice my red onion. I'm only using half here. I'm using a red onion here because I really like that it adds that nice sweetness. It's gonna be so good in this veggie burger. Also, aesthetically speaking, I know it's what's on the inside that counts, but aesthetically speaking, these red onions are really pretty. That purpley red, we love it. Red onions are diced. I'm now gonna mince my garlic. Great way to mince garlic. All you're gonna do is take your clove, use the flat edge of your knife, get some of your aggression out, and then start mincing. I'm gonna do this with all of the rest of my cloves. Garlic, it's our friend, okay? You may smell like garlic for 3 days after cooking with it, but it's worth it. It's worth the price you have to pay. You wanna extract all of that garlicky flavor. It's so good. And we're mincing it really finely so that we can get out all of that flavor, all of that aroma, all of that garlic perfume that will plague you for the next 3 days. All right. Now I'm gonna heat my pan and add some olive oil. My oil is shimmering, and now I'm gonna go ahead and add my onions. Got some resistant ones in here. Don't worry, you're gonna become a burger. Something to celebrate. All right. We want these onions to be tender, translucent, starting to brown around the edges. When we get a little bit of that caramelization, it's gonna impart so much flavor onto these burgers. And you might be wondering, why didn't we have the garlic with the onions? But we can't do that because the garlic takes a lot less time to cook, so if we added with the onions, it would burn, and that's not cute. My onions look perfect. They're nice and golden brown around the edges. They're tender, translucent, which means it's time for the garlic. Okay. Doesn't need too much time to become a little brown, about 2 minutes. Don't forget, and I'm reminding you here, to season with salt and pepper. Flavor is our friend. We always want more of it. Okay, this looks amazing. The garlic is nice and golden, it's got some color. I'm gonna set this aside to cool and then get to work on the base of my burger. For the base of this burger, I'm starting with some cashews. I know that sounds crazy, but cashews are buttery and delicious. They really allow this veggie burger to be hearty and meaty without any actual meat. So I'm gonna add that into my food processor. I'm using raw cashews here, unsalted, completely raw. This is important. All I'm gonna do is process these cashews into a nice fine powder, kind of like a flour. Looks pretty good. All right, this looks perfect. Let me just show you the texture real quick. It's sort of like this nice flour, you can see. It's gonna be a really hearty base for this burger. Okay, cashews are done. Now we're gonna move on to the rest of my ingredients. Now I'm gonna add some flaxseed meal. This is gonna be really great as a binder for these burgers. It's sort of like a vegan replacement for an egg. Okay, looking cozy in there. And because I can't live my life without any spice, it just simply is not possible, I'm gonna add my spices. Starting with a little paprika. And just know, these spices aren't gonna make it spicy, right? It's gonna be flavorful, it's gonna add a lot of body and taste. That's what we like. A little bit of turmeric. Yum. Some cumin. And finally, some coriander. This is a chickpea burger, so we gotta add our chickpeas. These are just drained. And now we're gonna process. It's okay if this mixture isn't fully pulverized. It's kind of nice to have a little bit of that chickpea texture, so don't sweat it if you've got a little chickpea hanging out in there. Now I'm just gonna add some olive oil, and then remember my onions and garlic from earlier? These are going in there as well. A little olive oil. And then my onions and garlic. Perfect. Okay, you probably guessed this, but we're gonna process one more time. My mixture is looking amazing. Gonna transfer it to a bowl. Just transferred my patty mixture into my bowl, and you'll notice it's kind of thick and sticky, which is great because then we'll be able to form it into patties really nicely. Because I want this to have a little bit of zest, a little bit of something herby, I'm just gonna add some cilantro in here. You can totally use parsley if cilantro freaks you out, I won't judge you. I'm just gonna roughly tear them. I like those big pieces of herbs, but if you want it smaller, you can totally chop it. Okay. Mix that in. And now we're ready to form them into patties. A couple of things I want to do before I form these into patties. First, remove all my rings, because I wear like 12,000. And now I'm going to oil my hands just to make sure that nothing sticks to them. Just a little on here, just a little. Using extra virgin olive oil. I think you're moisturizing your hands, but you're really just prepping to make your burgers. Okay, here we go. It's very fun, very therapeutic, and look how well this sticks together. So I'm gonna form these into like a little ball at first, and then I'll flatten them out into patties. You can really make these as big or as small as you'd like. I'm going for like a major burger situation, but you can also make little small burgers as well if you want little bite-sized snacks, if you want to throw them on a salad. They're very versatile. See how virtually nothing is sticking to my hands? You can thank the extra virgin olive oil for that. You've got a lot of really hearty elements in this burger, the cashews, the chickpeas. It allows it to stick together, but also allows you to feel really satiated. It's really delicious and just a really great way to eat a veggie burger that's exciting. I'm gonna put these in the oven at 375 degrees for about 15 to 20 minutes. Make sure you flip them once halfway through baking. And if you don't wanna eat them now, don't worry, you can freeze them for another day. They're perfect for meal prep. mean, is this a joke? Look at this. That crisp golden exterior. It looks so beautiful. If you did want it to be a little more crisp on the outside, feel free to sear them. But to me, this looks perfect. It's time to assemble my burger. I'm very excited. I've got my bun, got my tomatoes, my lettuce, and I have a little red pepper special sauce to go in the burger as well. So I'm gonna go for it. Got my bun. I like a lot of sauce, so I'm gonna go ahead and be generous here. This is gonna add more flavor, a little bite, and some nice color too. I'm gonna spread both sides of the burger, both buns, here as well. The red pepper sauce is like tangy, a little sweet. These are roasted red peppers. Okay. Now for my star, go ahead and add one of my burgers. Straight onto my bun. It's like it was meant to be there. It's almost upsetting how perfect it looks on that burger bun. Okay. Gonna add a little fresh tomato. And some lettuce for some greens in my life. Okay, time for that other bun. I mean, come on, look at that. Doesn't that look good? Look at the colors. I gotta take a picture. Doesn't it look good? Okay. Oh my God, look at that. All of those layers of flavor. That looks really good. Okay, is it time? I'm nervous I'm not gonna eat this in a cute way at all, but I guess it really doesn't matter. Okay, here I go. I'm gonna go from this side. This seems more approachable to me. Okay, here we go. I mean, this chickpea burger is so well spiced, so well seasoned. I think I need another bite. It seems like I must take another bite. Okay. It's just simply not right. It's simply not right how good it is. That red pepper special sauce though, ties everything together. See, this is why I'm everyone's favorite picnic guest. I do stuff like this, and then they always invite me again. You can be that person too. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Okay, I'm going in. Someone has to stop me. Someone has to stop me. I'm gonna keep eating this. No one's gonna stop me? Okay. All right. Going to Central Park is one of my favorite things to do in New York. It's the perfect place for a picnic party. I invited my sister and my best friend for a little afternoon lunch. Hey! What's up? Come on. Okay, guys, look at my crudité prata.
Yeah, I'm eyeballing it.
I cannot live my life without hummus, and I love bringing it to a picnic because it's easy to pack and snack on. We love a fresh veg.
And
hummus is so good, don't you think?
Hummus is so good.
My chickpea burger is one of my favorite plant-based meals. It's hearty and comforting, plus it's great hot or room temp. Oh, I like that you're taking photos. That makes me happy. Are you contemplating? Okay, cheers. 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 Cheers.
It looks like Shake Shack, honestly.
It looks like Shake Shack. That's nice. Okay.
Doesn't it? This looks fake. It's like a Krabby Patty.
There's nothing I love more than sharing my food with the people that I love, and a picnic is a great place to do it.
Let's do it.
Okay.
We are cooking up some exciting things this week in the brand new Today All Day Kitchen. Up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada. We'll show you how to rescue any brown spotty bananas with 2 tasty treats, chocolate chip banana bread bars and a banana cream cheesecake that just happens to be dairy-free.
Welcome to Hashtag Cooking. The next time you see some nearly perished, super ripe bananas sitting on your counter, wondering what will become of their existence, like, will we get thrown away today? Don't toss them, please save them. Rescue the spotty bananas, hashtag save the spotty bananas, and make these recipes. I'm gonna show you 2 of my favorite ways to use those super ripe bananas sitting on your counter. My chocolate chip banana bread bars and my banana cream cheesecake that happens to be dairy-free. Let's get Hashtag Cooking. Just for 1 second, okay, I want you to forget about those microwave packets of oatmeal. And we're gonna give oatmeal a glamorous moment with these chocolate chip banana bread bars. I've already preheated my oven to 375 degrees, and now all I'm going to do is prepare my pan. So what I've done here, greased it with some coconut oil so our parchment paper doesn't stick, right? So I've got that here. I'm just gonna stick it right into the pan. The coconut oil helps it stick, right? So this is nice. Make sure we're hitting all of the edges of the pan. And what's nice is that we're creating these flaps, okay? The flaps are really nice because when it's done baking, we'll be able to easily lift the batter out of the pan and have our bars all ready. What's great about using super ripe bananas in recipes is that they're naturally a lot sweeter and a lot easier to mash into different recipes. Got 2 here. We're rescuing them. We're giving them a second life, a second chance at life. They love us for this. Throwing the peels away. Gonna peel this one. Like so. Pop that in. See you later. Okay, and now we're just gonna mash. This is kind of where you can get your aggression of the day out into these bananas, okay? I wanna mash them until they're really nice and smooth. And like I said, because they're a bit riper, it's gonna be a lot softer and easier to mash. Not to mention it's gonna impart a lot of that really nice, sweet, ripe flavor of the bananas into this oatmeal bar recipe. And because they're super ripe, we're actually not gonna use a bunch of sugar to sweeten this recipe because it's gonna pull a lot of that natural sweetness from the bananas. Have I convinced you to not throw your bananas away yet? Just wondering. Okay. Really take your time here, like I am. Okay. I want no banana to feel unmashed. I want it to feel all loved and mashed, okay? All right. And you can use a potato masher here if you have that, if you like that utensil for your life. I'm just using a fork because you know what? Forks are accessible. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. I have to compliment myself on my mashing abilities. Looks pretty smooth. And now we're just gonna work on the rest of our ingredients. All right. So in this recipe, I'm using 2 eggs. So I'm gonna crack those both in here. I wanna be that type of person that does like the one-handed egg crack. I'm not that person. I'm safe. I take precautions. All right. Okay, now I'm gonna whisk the eggs and the bananas together. So everything is nice and smooth. Look at those amber yolks. It's pretty nice. Bananas and eggs whisked together. They look nice and smooth, really happy in there. Now I'm gonna add my nut butter. So I'm actually using peanut butter here, but if you have a cashew butter at home, if you have an almond butter, that's totally fine. You do you. Whatever nut butters you're harboring in your pantry. I know I have like a million because I have a problem, but you can use that. I'm gonna slide that straight in there. And now I'm gonna mix that in. All right, and then I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil, my vanilla extract, and if you haven't noticed already, the best part about this recipe, other than giving your sad bananas a second life, is the fact that we're making everything in one bowl. Like, you can thank me later. for the less dishes that you'll have to do in your life, okay? I'm just using a touch of coconut sugar. Gonna add that in there, and then some maple syrup. It's gonna really give this nice, warm, golden flavor to these oatmeal bars. Now that I've mixed all my wet ingredients together, I'm gonna grab my oatmeal, the star of the show. It's about to be super glamorous. Add it straight in here, along with some cinnamon. I love cinnamon, I think it's amazing, but you can totally use another spice if you want. You can use maybe a nutmeg if you like that better. I'll leave that choice up to you. And then some baking powder. And then, I'm gonna mix everything together. Make sure everyone just becomes friends in here. Make sure we grab the edges, the sides of the bowl, incorporate it really nicely. It smells so good. Just wait till it's done baking though. That's good stuff. Okay. Now finally, this is a bit of the dessert for breakfast moment that I like to really capture in all aspects of my life, the chocolate chips. Just gonna fold these in. I will add, I don't measure these with anything but my soul. That's just how I choose to live my life, but again, you live yours the way you wanna live yours. I'm gonna fold that in, and you're probably wondering like, Sama, why do you have some of these left over? Because I wanna save some for the top. Because for me, it's not less is more. When it comes to chocolate, not a thing for me. Okay, folding this in nicely until all the chocolate chips are just really nestled in there. We want them to be cozy. Okay, perfect. Now, I love myself for being prepared. We've got our parchment lined pan, and I'm just gonna add it straight into there. So flip this up. I don't know if I mentioned this, but this is my workout for the day, this movement right here. All right, so we're gonna add this straight in there. Get everything out. Scrape the sides. Oh my God, I cannot leave that chocolate chip behind. That would be so sad. Okay. And then I'm just gonna spread it out throughout the pan so it's nice and evenly distributed. Okay, because I am me, I'm gonna add some more chocolate chips on top, just for aesthetics. I like to take nice photos of my food. It's also really fun to make it presentable and looks pretty, too pretty to eat, but not really because we will be eating it. Okay? And then the last thing that I wanna do is add a banana on top. This is again, purely for me to have some nice aesthetics for my photographs, and that's fine. That's again how I choose to live my life. So what I'm gonna do is just cut it right at the tip of the banana, slice it straight through like this, okay? And now I'm just gonna peel this off like I normally would. And then you've got two perfect halves of banana. Pretty easy. I'm gonna lift this straight out and I'm gonna place it on to my bars, like that. And then the other half. And then I'm gonna add one more for the middle. Go ahead. And again, I have a piece of oatmeal on my finger. Really didn't want to be baked. Okay. And go from the top. Slice it straight down the middle. Peel this guy off. Look at that. Add that straight in there. We're gonna nestle it down nicely. Wants to feel secure, wants to feel at home. And now I'm just gonna add a little dusting of cinnamon on top, partially because I love cinnamon and partially because I want it to look really nice. Okay, now we're gonna take a little journey in the oven for about 22 to 25 minutes. Let's go. All right, hope you enjoy your time in there. All right, we've let it cool for about 10 minutes, and now, see, this is why we love being prepared with the parchment paper. We get to just lift this straight out of the pan, and then there's no oatmeal bar that's been left behind. Like that. Okay, so the best thing about these bars, other than the fact that we're saving so many bananas' lives, is that they're super portable. So I'm just gonna slice them into little bars. You can take them on the go. You can just also have a nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. You choose whatever you'd like to do. I love the corner piece. I'm just one of those people. Don't know why. Just crispy and caramelized on the edges, so good. Look at that. Delicious. And now remember these chocolate chips that I had saved for the top? See, this is why. I'm also gonna add just a little bit of powdered sugar, just to get that nice contrast. A little bit there. Just on the rest of my bars. It's really pretty. Oh, what a little heavy-handed over there. Okay, so now I'm gonna take a few pictures of it, because I didn't put that powdered sugar, that banana, those chocolate chips on for nothing. All right. There we go. I'm really getting the shot. Little video. Get the inside. Okay, you know what? I think we got the shot. It's my time to taste. I'm pretty excited about this. Mmm. It's so good. You know what's really nice about this as well? It's not too sweet. So it's really great if you'd like to even add a little drizzle of honey on top, maybe a little more peanut butter, almond butter, whatever you have to kind of create this nice sit-down oatmeal moment at home. It's like banana bread, but it's a little more textured from the oatmeal, and then you've got the chocolate chips that are totally giving it this like cookie dough vibe. I would eat cookie dough for breakfast, and I am kind of. Delish. You know, this has inspired me, and I have a lot more ripe bananas in my kitchen, so I think we might have to make my banana cream cheesecake. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. Okay, do you want to know something crazy about this cheesecake? You don't have to bake it. No ovens are involved. We're just gonna pop into the freezer to make it, which kind of means it's a cross between an ice cream bar and a cheesecake. Two things I really can't live my life without. So let's make it. The first thing I'm gonna do is prepare my pan with some parchment paper. So what I'm gonna do is just line it straight into the pan, and I'm creating these flaps on the sides so that it's gonna be super easy to lift the cheesecake up after it's done freezing. Just like that. And now it's ready for our crust to find a home in it. So this crust is gonna be really nice and textured. It's gonna be a little crumbly, it's gonna be crispy. Because it's gonna have a really nice creamy filling to go on top of it, I wanted to create that contrast. Everything is gonna come together in this food processor. Starting with some raw almonds as the base. This is gonna give that really nice crispy, crunchy element to the crust. Gonna toss that in there. And now, to sweeten the crust up, we're gonna use some dates. I love dates, not the romantic kind, the medjool kind, okay? So we're gonna add these in. This gives a really nice caramel sweetness to the crust, and also it's gonna allow it to be a little bit sticky and pliable so we can actually just stick it straight into our pan. And now we're gonna add a little bit of creamy almond butter. That's straight inside. You can also use the peanut butter if that's what you have on hand, totally fine with me. I won't judge you. A bit of melted and cooled coconut oil going in there as well. A touch of vanilla extract. And then I like to use a little pinch of salt. This is gonna bring out that natural sweetness and create a bit of a contrast. Perfect. I'm just gonna scrape down the sides just to make sure nobody is caught, nobody is left behind, and process it again. We're looking good. We want it to be crumbly, but there's also gonna be some of those pieces that remain. Now it's time to just pack it into our pan. Okay. Oh no. It's this precious crust, precious cargo. We can't waste any of it. Now all I'm gonna do is just press it into my pan. Like this. And you wanna make sure it's evenly distributed throughout the entire pan, and you can kind of see that it's sticking together as I tend to pack it. This is gonna serve as a really nice home for our creamy, luscious cheesecake filling. It's gonna be really happy sitting on top of here. We don't want the edges of this pan to feel unloved. We want the crust to be in there too, so make sure you get those corners as well. Okay. I think this looks pretty good if I ask myself. We're done packing the crust into the pan, and now I'm gonna go grab the ingredients for our filling. secret about this cheesecake filling is that it's actually made from cashews. They're super rich and buttery, so they're the perfect ingredient to make really creamy sauces and fillings like we're gonna do in this cheesecake. But to get it there, we need to first soak them. You always want to make sure you're starting with raw cashews. These are completely raw and unsalted. And you can either soak them overnight if you have patience and time, or you can do what I did, flash soak them for 1 hour in hot water until they're nice and soft. You are not going to believe how creamy this cheesecake filling is going to be. We're starting with our raw and soaked cashews, going straight into our blender. Right in there. We're following it up with some coconut milk. I'm using full-fat coconut milk here. We're not messing around with the low-fat kind. Perfect for a really rich and creamy cheesecake filling. And I think this is a really great time to mention that this is a non-dairy recipe. I don't know if you've noticed, but all of you non-dairy folks out there, rejoice because this is for you. Time for our banana, our star. We rescued it from its fate in the trash, perhaps. All right, pop that straight in there. Just breaking it up so it's a bit easier to blend. And now we're gonna go in with our maple syrup. The ripe banana is really nice because it's super sweet already, but the maple syrup is just gonna pull it all together. I really like using maple syrup here because it's a really nice, warm, and golden contrast to those rich and creamy cashews. In there, and then a little touch of vanilla extract. Perfect. All right, we're gonna add some melted and cooled coconut oil. Just a touch. Now we're gonna add some lemon juice. This is super important because you've got rich ingredients like the cashews and the full-fat coconut milk. So we want the lemon juice to give it that zing and really balance out those rich ingredients. I'm using this to catch the seeds. At home, you can even just put your fingers underneath the lemon and then catch the seeds in your hands. Little DIY. And then to balance everything out, balance that sweetness, bring it out a little bit, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. Okay, now it's time to blend. Okay. You just really cannot believe it. It's so smooth and so creamy. I want to show you a little peek. Look at that. I'm going to taste it a little and see if I think it needs anything. Taste a bit. I'm going to add a little more lemon juice and a little more salt. You can totally adjust this to your liking. I just like a little more zing, and then that salt's going to really bring out that sweetness. Okay, we're going to blend again. My fresh spoon and taste one more time. Perfect. All right, now it's time for this filling to find a home on top of our crust. And there's no dairy in this. Kind of crazy. I'm gonna grab my spatula. This is precious. You can't waste a bit. Now I'm just gonna make sure that's nice and smooth. You can even tap it a little bit to distribute it like this. Shake it around, make sure it hits all the edges. Now, I like to pretend I'm Picasso a little bit with the toppings. You can use whatever you'd like, but I'm gonna use some sliced almonds straight on top. Sprinkle them around. I'm gonna do a little bit of cinnamon. More. And finally, just a little pinch of flaky sea salt. Okay, don't be mad at me because now we have to wait a little bit. We're gonna put this in the freezer for 5 hours, but I promise you it is going to be worth it. Now I'm just gonna cover it with some plastic wrap so that it's protected. And it goes into the freezer for its kind of long journey. And then it's ready. See, patience is so worth it. I'm so excited about this. Just gonna remove my plastic wrap. Look at that. We almost don't deserve it. All right, this is why the parchment paper flaps are the best. We just lift it straight out of the pan like this. And now all I'm gonna do is slice them into little cheesecake bars. What you can also do is slice them into fingers as well if you want more of a bite-sized snack. I'm gonna go ahead for the full picture, the full bar. Look at this. I just have to show you. Can you believe that there's no dairy in this? Looks so creamy. All right, that's for me. This is my slice. I am so excited to dig into this. All right, here I go. It's simply not even fair. It's so creamy. It's such a great way to use the nearly perished banana that's been sitting on your counter. Creamy, you would never have any idea there wasn't any dairy in this. You know what? I really wish I could eat all of these myself, and I probably would, but I'm gonna be a little nice. I'm gonna send a picture to some friends and see if they wanna have some. Yes, they usually do. No one really ever says no. I mean, why would you? Wouldn't make sense. It's so good. I think I'm gonna deliver some to their houses. I'm such a good friend. Ready? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go after you. Okay. Okay, Sue. Guess what I brought you? Your favorite banana cream cheesecake. I made it for your birthday.
Oh, this is my favorite. Thank you.
You're welcome. I did the same like date and almond crust that you like. It kind of does. Let's get a smoothie on top of it.
2 Dadas eat.
2 Dadas eat. 2 Dada eats. Dada eats squared.
Dada eats.
Eh? Dada eats is.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Hey, Today All Day, coming up on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada is sharing her favorite dinner recipes that also make great leftovers. If you happen to be dining solo, these weeknight meals are hearty, healthy,